see a lot more amendments considered and voted on, but we've limited the number to 34. I end my remarks by asking UC to put that list of amendments that we ask the majority to consider before final passage to be placed in the record. I yield the floor.
Sir, Mr. President, is there objection? Is that a UC request?
I ask UC.
Okay, is there objection? Objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, just for
Senator from Oklahoma.
ask unanimous consent that my remarks will appear in the record as if uninterrupted. And then also I want to mention I do, even though I opposed the bill, I do think that they've done a good job of trying to get some of the amendments out, and particularly Senator Grassley and Senator McCain, who offered me the opportunity to have my amendment. It didn't turn out, but it was a good amendment. It was so good that the ACLU was scoring against it. So hopefully we'll get a chance to get those done. Thank you.
Senator from Oklahoma's request. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President.
System majority leaders recognized.
Mr. President, I see the senator from Maine is on the floor, and I would like to speak for 10 minutes. Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to speak in morning business for 10 minutes.
Objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, first let me say that I was here on the floor when Senator Mo Cowan gave his farewell remarks. I can't think of a person who came to the Senate, an appointee to fill the spot John Kerry left vacant when he went to the Secretary of State's position, who has been so warmly received so quickly. Senator Reid, Harry Reid, made the comment that it's rare for a new member, just 6 months of seniority, to get a standing ovation at his caucus lunch. Mo Cowan got 2 yesterday, which just, I think, is a tribute to the fact that we really enjoyed his service and valued his friendship, and will remember him for his fine representation of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I would like to ask consent that the statement be put in the record relative to Senator Cowan's service.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I also made a point of not raising this issue when Senator Cowan was in the chair the other day, but I wanted to come to the floor and say a few words about the Chicago Blackhawks. For the 5th time since 1926 and the 2nd time in 4 seasons, the Chicago Blackhawks are the Stanley Cup champions. On Monday night, the Blackhawks scored 2 goals in 17 seconds in the 3rd period to win the Stanley Cup Finals and to bring home Lord Stanley's Cup to the city of Chicago. I want to congratulate Rocky Wirtz, the team owner, as well as team president John McDonough, general manager Stan Bowman, and head coach Joel Quenneville. I'll just tell you that Joel Quenneville, a great hockey player in his own right, has been an extraordinary coach and one that has taken a great group of players and brought them to the pinnacle of success when it comes to the National Hockey League. It was a shortened season, but the Blackhawks made the most of it. They didn't lose a game in regulation in their first 24 games, and by the end of the season they'd won the President's Trophy, awarded the team with the most points in the NHL. That doesn't always mean you're successful. Before this season, only 7 winners of the President's Trophy won the Stanley Cup, but the Hawks were up to it. First, they faced the Minnesota Wild, and I heard a lot from Senator Klobuchar and Franken about that contest. We prevailed. Then they went on to face the Detroit Red Wings. They had to win 3 games in a row and score a goal in an overtime thriller to beat the Red Wings. Then faced last year's Stanley Cup champs, the Los Angeles Kings, and they finally earned the right to play the Boston Bruins in the finals. It was a hard-fought contest by 2 excellent, great teams. They kept us up late at night. Down 2-1 with just over a minute to play, the Blackhawks scored 2 goals to win their 2nd Stanley Cup in the last 4 seasons. I'll go on, Mr. President, to ask that the remainder of my statement be placed in the record. But I will tell you that I have witnessed, representing the city of Chicago, some extraordinary fan loyalty. But what I have seen for the Chicago Blackhawks over the last 8 weeks has been amazing. You can't walk down Michigan Avenue, State Street, or any neighborhood without running into Blackhawks gear. People are so proud of that team, and now as they parade Stanley Cup around Chicago, it is the front page of every newspaper. A few years ago, when they were the Stanley Cup champions last, The Stanley Cup itself came to the Senate here, and I was honored to have it in my office with a parade of visitors come by and see this magnificent trophy. Let me just say to the Chicago Blackhawks, we're proud of you, proud of the great fans who stood behind you, and looking forward to celebrating this Friday with the great victory parade. Mr. President, I now ask that the statement I'm about to make be placed in a separate part in the record. I ask how much time is remaining in my 10 minutes.
Senator has 4 minutes remaining, and without objection, it will be so ordered. The Senator has 6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes.
What is pending before the United States Senate is a piece of history. For those who are witnessing this debate, whether in the galleries or at home or at C-SPAN, you're watching a debate on the floor of the Senate that doesn't happen very often. We're debating the comprehensive immigration reform bill. It's the first time in 25 years that we've tackled this issue. If you look at the history of the United States, you know right off the bat, we're a nation of immigrants. My mother was an immigrant to this country. Many of us have immigrant parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. That's who we are. We come from all over the world to this great nation. But the history of immigration law will tell you that immigrants aren't always well received or warmly received. There have been periods in history where we've excluded people from certain countries and excluded immigrants in general. There were other periods when we couldn't wait to get the cheap labor from any place in the world to build this great nation. We've had real mixed feelings when it comes to immigration. The sad reality is for 25 years our immigration laws haven't worked well. We have about 11 million, that's the estimate, 11 million undocumented people living in America. I've come to know many of them. They're not who you think they are. Many of them turn out to be the mothers in a household where the father and all the kids are American citizens. Many of them turn out to be the people that just came next to you and sat down in church. They're the ones who incidentally just cleared off your table at the restaurant. They're making the beds in your hotel room for the next morning. They're watching your kids in daycare, and they're taking care of your mom at the nursing home. These are the undocumented people of America. Many of them just asking for a chance to be part of this American family. This bill gives them a chance, but it isn't easy. They've got to come forward and register with the government, tell us who they are, where they live, where they work, tell us about their families. Then they have to pay a fine of $500. That's the first installment. Then any job they have to pay their taxes and submit themselves to a criminal background check. If that isn't enough, we tell them we're going to continue to monitor them over 10 years, watching them. During that period of time, they have to demonstrate that they're learning English. Then, if they complete that 10-year period, they have a 3-year chance to become citizens. It's a 13-year process. Many of them have already been here for 10 years or more. But if they're ready to travel down this long road, many are, at the end of the day, their dream will come true. They will be citizens in America. It's no amnesty. They're going to pay a heavy price to make it all the way through those 13 years. But it gives them their chance. It makes us a safer nation knowing who they are, where they live, and where they work. We're going to tighten up our system so people applying for jobs in the future got to prove who they are. No more phony Social Security numbers. No more phony IDs. There's going to be real proof before you can get a job in America. And if you came here on a visitor's visa, and 40% of the undocumented people came here on visas and overstayed, if you came here on that visa, we're going to track you into America and out of America. The system's going to be tough. And when it comes to the border, there's a difference of opinion, Democratic side and the Republican side of the aisle, about how much to do. Well, we've made a dramatic investment in border security between the United States and Mexico. In the last 10 years, we've increased the Border Patrol between the two countries from 10,000 to 20,000. We now, in many sectors, have 97% effectiveness, stopping those who try to cross the border. We're going to invest 20,000 more workers on that border. 40,000 Border Patrol people. People have come to the floor critical of this bill, say it just isn't enough. I'll have to tell you, for some of these folks, it'll never be enough. We're going to put billions of dollars into making that border safe and reducing, if not eliminating, illegal immigration. That is part of our promise in this bipartisan agreement that was reached. I've been fortunate to serve with the so-called Gang of Eight, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans. We've sat across the table from 5 months now, 30 different sessions, working out all the details. And we've come up with an agreement, a good bipartisan agreement, that is finally going to move us forward. I might add one footnote. 12 years ago, I introduced a bill called the DREAM Act. and said the children brought to this country deserve a special chance to become citizens. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't break any laws. They were 2 years old and 5 and 10 years old. They were brought here by their parents. They deserve a chance. This bill is the strongest bill ever brought to the floor of the Senate when it comes to the Dreamers. I'm proud of that and happy that these young people will finally get the chance to prove themselves, as I'm sure they will, when it comes to the future of this country. There are lots of other provisions. Never take for granted that the fruits and vegetables on your table just appear magically. They're picked, and many of them are picked by foreign workers, migrant workers. We have an agriculture workers section here, which is important for the future of our agricultural economy. We have a section when it comes to the talented people that we want to keep in the United States once educated here, and those that we can bring in to help create jobs in our country. But the first rule in this bill, and the one that I insisted on, every job has to be offered to an American first. With our unemployment, that's the starting point. And it's included in this bill, and it should be. I want to tell you there are parts of this bill that I don't applaud or necessarily endorse, but it's the product of a compromise. We are not only proving to this nation that we can address the biggest issue in our heritage, we are trying to prove to this nation that this chamber, this United States Senate, can go to work, roll up its sleeves, and get something done on a bipartisan basis. There'll be some no votes, but the test votes we've had so far show a strong bipartisan majority to move forward. If we get it done, and I hope to God we do during the course of this week, I pray that my colleagues over in the House will accept their responsibility to this nation to accept the need for comprehensive immigration reform. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama is recognized.
I see Senator King here from Maine, and I won't talk but just a minute. I'll share some thoughts later about where I see the difficulties with the immigration bill, and would say that for the vast majority of the people who will be legalized or will be coming into the country, the businesses will be under no requirement to hire Americans first. That's just not accurate, and it's a cause of concern for me. I wanted to share just a brief remarks. I know we've got a lot to do, but I was here to hear Senator Cowan farewell remarks to us. They were delivered eloquently and effectively with integrity and graciousness and the sense of purpose that I found impressive. I think all of us have found impressive in getting to know him. I heard him share his background recently and how he came to this position, and he does so with a constancy of purpose, a clear vision for what he believes is right. He's been raised right, and he reflects those values and has done so in the Senate. It's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to get to know him, and I would just say it must be a special thrill for him to be able to all of a sudden find himself, as he says so nicely, in the United States Senate, without having to campaign, raise money, or otherwise be in that position. He served his state with skill and dedication, and it's a pleasure to have served with him. I wish him Godspeed in his future endeavors. Mr. President, I understand the senator from Maine is going to share with us some valuable history today. Maybe a connection between Maine and Alabama might even be mentioned. So I would yield the floor at this time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama, or Senator from Maine is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise in morning business and request unanimous consent for 15 minutes of remarks.
Objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, we all know that next Thursday, a week from tomorrow, is our nation's most important anniversary, July 4th, 1776, the birthday of the country. But Tuesday, July 2nd, is also one of our most important anniversaries, because July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are the days that the Battle of Gettysburg occurred, probably the defining event in the history of this country. And it's especially important this year because it's the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Gettysburg. And what I'd like to do is share just a few moments about one particular aspect of that battle, that it does indeed involve Maine and Alabama. And it involves a man from Maine named Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, who in 1862 was a professor of modern languages at Bowdoin College in Maine. Wasn't a soldier, had no history in the military, but decided that he had a vision of America and he wanted to serve his country. He joined a volunteer regiment organized in Maine in August of 1862 called the 20th Maine Regiment. They came down the East Coast, up the Potomac to Washington, and were immediately deployed to Antietam in September of 1862, the bloodiest day in American history. Fortunately for the 20th Maine, they were held in reserve that day. They did see action over the course of the fall and early winter at the Battle of Fredericksburg. And then, along with two great armies, they headed north into the state of Pennsylvania. Mr. President, you're going to have to bear with my cartographical skills here. But it's helpful, I think, if we can see what happened. It's easy to draw Virginia because it's a big triangle. So this is Virginia. Here's the Maryland-Pennsylvania border. And in the early summer of 1863, two great armies snaked north out of Virginia. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia came up the west side of the foothills of the Appalachians into Pennsylvania, shadowed by Meade's Army of the Potomac, both 90,000 men. And Lee was leading the way into Pennsylvania without a particular destination, but a desire to engage the Federal Army in one climactic battle, which he thought correctly could have ended the Civil War. Nobody knows exactly why on July 1st of 1863 those two armies collided in the little town of Gettysburg. There's a rumor that there was a shoe factory there and that the Southern Army were going to go and requisition those shoes, but for whatever reason, the two armies met in this little town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And one of the interesting things about the battle was that Lee's army had already gotten almost to Harrisburg and came down into Gettysburg. The Union Army was coming up the Taneytown Road from Washington and from the south, and they came in this direction. So at the Battle of Gettysburg, Mr. President, the Southern Army came in from the north and the Northern Army came in from the south. On the first day of the battle, it was a standoff. They met almost by accident in this town. There was fierce fighting in the streets of Gettysburg and south of the town, and it was essentially a draw. And at the end of the day, on July 1st, and the word flashed back to both armies that this was it. This was the confrontation. And reinforcements came in from both lines of march to meet at this little town. And what happened on the second day was, on the morning of the second day, the Union troops, again, if this is the town up here, the Union troops ended up on a hill called Culp's Hill, and then in a long line to the south, along an area that was an old place where they buried people. And of course, that's Seminary Ridge. On the other side, the Confederates, and interestingly enough, throughout American history, red markers represent the Confederates and blue the Federals. The Confederates ended up on a long ridge that went down in this way with about a mile apart. And over here was a place where they trained people to be preachers. And that, of course, is Cemetery Ridge. So generations of sixth graders have been Seminary Ridge over here, Cemetery Ridge here. Generations of sixth graders have been confused by this, but it's Cemetery where the Union and Seminary where the Confederate troops were. About the middle of the second day of the battle, a Union general noticed that there was a small hill down at the bottom of the entire line of the Union troops that was unoccupied by either side. He also immediately realized that this could be the most important piece of property in the entire battlefield because it had an elevation that looked up the entire Federal line and it anchored the Federal line. The Union general grabbed the nearest officer near him and said, "We have to occupy that hill immediately." The fellow's name was Strong Vincent, was the officer from New York. And Vincent grabbed two other regiments, New York and Pennsylvania, and then Maine, the 20th Maine Regiment, and they went to the top of this hill. Now, Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain had only been the colonel of the 20th Maine for about a month. He was in charge of 358 men, and Vincent took him to the extreme left flank of the Union Army of this little hill, which is called Little Round Top. And we had Pennsylvania, New York, and Maine. And Vincent took Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain to this point, and here were his orders. This is the extreme left flank of the entire Union Army. You are to hold this ground at all hazards. At all hazards. That means to the death. Almost immediately upon getting to the top of the hill, up came the 15th Alabama, one of the crack regiments in Lee's army, up the hill to try to dislodge the 20th Maine. Now, if you haven't been to Gettysburg, Little Round Top, if God was going to build a fortress, it would look like Little Round Top. It's steep, rocky, with lots of places to be behind, and indeed, Chamberlain took maximum advantage of that. As the charge came, they were able to repel it. A half hour later or so, the Alabamans came again. They were pushed back. They came again and were pushed back. And each time they got closer and closer to the top of the hill because of the nature of guns in the Civil War. A good shooter in the Civil War, a good handler of a rifle, could get off 4 shots a minute. So I want you to think of yourself, Mr. President, at the top of that hill with the 15th Alabama coming up, and you take aim with your rifle and shoot. Bang! You're now prepared to shoot a second time. That period that sounded like an eternity was 15 seconds. That's how long it would take to reload and get another shot. So that's why in this situation the charge came closer and closer. And by the third and fourth charge it became hand-to-hand combat. I should say, by the way, as I mentioned, that Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain was not a soldier by trade. He was a professor at a little college. He spoke 10 languages in 1856, but he had a deep vision for the meaning of America, and he had a deep concern about the issue of slavery. When he was a student at Bowdoin in the early 1850s, a young professor's wife was writing a book, and he sat in the living room of this professor and listened to her read excerpts from this book. And the book turned out to probably be the most influential book ever published in America. It was called Uncle Tom's Cabin. And it described for people in the country the evils of slavery. And indeed, when Abraham Lincoln met Harriet Beecher Stowe and shook her hand, he said, "I'm shaking the hand that started the Civil War." Because it lit the fuse that led to the pressure that ultimately led to the abolition of slavery. So in any case, 4 and then 5 charges. Each time the 15th Alabama was repulsed. But then they were gathering at the bottom of the hill for the final assault. Late in the day, a hot afternoon, July 2nd, 1863. The problem was, for Chamberlain, his men were out of ammunition. They each had been issued 60 cartridges at the beginning of the battle. They'd all been fired during those 5 assaults. He then had a choice to make as a leader. He had 3 options. One was to retreat, which is a perfectly honorable thing to do in a military situation, but his orders were to hold the ground at all hazards. At all hazards. Because if he hadn't, if the Confederates had gotten around Little Round Top, the entire rear of the Union Army was exposed. His other option was to stand and fight until overwhelmed. That wouldn't have worked very well, because it would have only delayed them for a few minutes. Instead, he chose an extraordinary option that was very unusual even at the time, and he uttered one word, and the word was bayonets. There's a dispute in history whether he also said charge and what his actual order was, but everybody agrees that he uttered the word bayonets, and his soldiers knew what that meant, and down the hill into the face of the final Confederate charge came 200 crazy guys from Maine. The 15th Alabama, for the first and only time in the Civil War, was so shocked by this technique that they turned and ran. And the 200 boys from Maine, and I say 200 because at the beginning of this action there were over 300, they'd lost 100 to casualties and death, captured 400 or 500 Confederates with no bullets in their guns. Chamberlain tried to call his men back. They said, "Hell no, General, we're on our way to Richmond." Now, I tell this story because it's a story of extraordinary bravery. By the way, Chamberlain received the Congressional Medal of Honor for his bravery and creativity that afternoon on that little hill in Pennsylvania. But I tell this story because it's a story of our country, and it's a story of how a single person's actions and bravery can have enormous impact. Historians argue about whether this was really the key turning point. Was there something else? Was it some other regiment at another place? But an argument can be made that this college professor from Maine saved the United States. The defining moment for our country was that hot afternoon in Pennsylvania, July 2nd, 1863. I believe it's one of the great stories of American history, and in fact, the story of Chamberlain Little Round Top is taught in Army manuals to this day as a story of leadership, of creativity, of perseverance, of courage, and of devotion to God and country. Mr. President, I hope all Americans will think about these moments and thousands more like them as we celebrate not only the birth of our country next week, but also the rebirth of our country in the 3 days prior to July 4th. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to speak as if in morning business.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, we've heard a lot of talk this week about the big push by President Obama and his allies to promote the health care law. Well, we're less than 100 days out from the implementation of that law. People in Wyoming are already feeling the effects of the Democrats' health care law. You know, the law says that employers with more than 50 full-time employees have to provide expensive, one-size-fits-all health insurance. So employers all across the country are cutting full-time workers back to part-time status, cutting their shifts to less than 30 hours a week. That's the cutoff point, Mr. President, to be considered a full-time worker under the Democrats' health care law. Well, that's why we're starting to get stories like the one from the Rocket Miner newspaper in Rock Springs, Wyoming that came out yesterday. The headline is, "School District Looks at Coverage Worker Options" under the headline of Health Care Reform. Here's what the article says. More than 500 employees working for Sweetwater County School District Number 1 could see a reduction in their paychecks for the upcoming school year, a reduction in their paychecks. The district may reduce hours for part-time employees to exempt it from covering them on its insurance plan under President Barack Obama's Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. Right here, the Rocket Miner, Rock Springs, Wyoming, Tuesday, June 25th. Well, the article goes on to explain that the school district has more than 500 employees who are working between 30 and 34 hours a week. Those are the people that the health care law is threatening the most. The article goes on to say that these workers, quote, are likely to see their hours decreased by up to 5 hours. It's the people at 34 hours getting them down to 29. It quotes the school board chairman saying that the huge chunk of money it would need to provide Washington-approved insurance for everyone would have to come out of classrooms and other essentials. Taking money out of classrooms and other essentials. He says, quote, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars isn't very impressive an amount to Washington Democrats, but for a small school district in Wyoming, that's a big hit to their budget. And it's a lot of pain that the law is inflicting on those teachers and on those students. So for the employees who are going to see their hours cut from 35 hours to fewer than 30, the Democrats' health care law is hitting their paychecks and hitting it hard. Well, that was yesterday. Today, the Gillette News-Record. Kathy Brown writes in the Gillette News-Record today, school trustees consider changes with Obamacare. Here's what they say. In Campbell County, about 200 part-time positions could be affected. Goes on. It says, it does mean the district must track the hours of employees much more closely and consider what to do with 320 substitute teachers, 27 substitute bus drivers, 23 coaches, 8 temporary and 4 summer-only employees. Before the July 17th meeting, school officials will try to provide information to trustees on hours and possible costs. Quote, this is a paperwork nightmare, says one of the trustees. She wondered if the district would have to actually hire employees just to do the paperwork and the tracking. Mr. President, there are nearly 8 million people in this country who are working part-time because they can't find full-time work. These aren't just numbers in a monthly unemployment report. These are people all across the country, in towns like Rock Springs, Wyoming, Gillette, Wyoming, who want to work, who want to provide for their families. But they are suffering from the bad economic recovery that's been caused by the failed policies of Washington Democrats. Then they get a second hit a second time with this terrible health care law, a law that cuts back their hours and cuts their paychecks even more. I want to make one more point about the health care law, and it's a headline in today's Investors Business Daily. It says, privacy falls victim to Obamacare hub. Well, the hub that is being talked about, and here it is, privacy falls victim to Obamacare hub, front page, Investors Business Daily, this morning, Wednesday, June 26, 2013. The hub that they're talking about is the database of information about people that was created by this health care law. It was created so that Washington could figure out who has health insurance and who might qualify for subsidies under the law. With this data hub, Washington bureaucrats are going to have access to a huge amount of information, personal information, about people all across the country. Here's what the article says. It says, quote, the Obamacare Data Hub will interact with 7 other federal agencies: Social Security Administration, the IRS, the Department of Homeland Security, the Veterans Administration, the Office of Personnel Management, the Department of Defense, and believe it or not, Mr. President, the Peace Corps. Plus, the hub will plug into state Medicaid databases. So what does the hub want to include in all of this? Well, the article goes on to say that the hub, quote, will store names, birth dates, Social Security numbers, taxpayer status, gender, ethnicity, email addresses, telephone numbers on the millions of people expected to apply for coverage at the Obamacare exchanges. Now, that's just part of it. They're also going to have tax return information from the IRS, income information from Social Security, and financial information from other third-party sources. The article says that Washington will also store data from businesses buying coverage through an exchange, including a list of qualified employees and their tax ID numbers. And you know what? They want to keep it on file for 10 years. 10 years, Mr. President. In addition, the article goes on and says the federal government can disclose this information. We're talking about citizens' private information turned over to the government, and the government can disclose this information without the consent of the individual. They can disclose this information without the consent of the individual to a wide range of people, including agency contractors, consultants, or grantees who need to have access to the records they claim to help run Obamacare. So all this personal, private information is collected in one place, held for 10 years, and made available to bureaucrats, to contractors, and to consultants. This is just another terrible effect, Mr. President, of the Democrats' health care law, a law that American people are just starting to learn more about, and a law that many of those who voted for it didn't even know what was in it. The more people learn, the more worried they become about how this law will affect their care, their jobs, their paychecks, and their privacy. When Democrats here in Washington pushed their health care law through Congress, they weren't honest with the American people about any of this, any of these negative effects. The American people deserve better. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. The Senate took 3 procedural votes on the immigration bill today. One overcame a Republican budget objection. The second was to approve changes to the bill, including billions of dollars in new border security spending. And the third allowed the chamber to move forward with the amended version of the bill. And Congressional Quarterly writes that barring any further amendment agreement, the Senate is expected to take another procedural vote tomorrow morning. And if cloture is invoked, the senators could vote on final passage of the immigration bill on Friday. But if they can clear the 60-vote threshold required for cloture, senators may be willing to move up the final passage vote to later in the day on Thursday. There's a story in the Associated Press that recaps what happened in the Supreme Court today. The justices issued 2 5-4 rulings in their final session of the term. One decision wiped away part of the Federal Defense of Marriage Act that's kept legally married same-sex couples from receiving tax, health, and pension benefits. The other was a technical ruling that said nothing at all about same-sex marriage, but left in place a trial court's declaration that California's Proposition 8 is unconstitutional. We'll have today's reaction to the High Court's decisions and the oral arguments from March, along with your phone calls on C-SPAN tonight, all that starting at 8 Eastern. Right now, we're going to hear reaction from the Republicans on the court rulings today.
Well, good morning, everyone. We're here today to respond to the Supreme Court's ruling on the Defense of Marriage Act and Proposition 8. We believe the Court got it wrong on these rulings. The Court's activist ruling on the Defense of Marriage Act ignored the votes of a bipartisan majority of Congress. This is a dangerous precedent which strips power away from Congress with respect to defining national marriage policy. We must work to defend the rights of Americans to make marriage policy. Additionally, the Proposition 8 ruling is a loss for the millions of Americans who have gone to the ballot box to voice their support for marriage between one man and one woman. California's governor and attorney general who refused to defend the people's wishes abandoned the people of California. It is a loss for democratic self-government. With the Supreme Court denying them standing, they have left the people voiceless. While California has silenced the voices of their constitutional right to same-sex marriage, 38 states have affirmed the belief of their citizens that marriage exists between a man and a woman and is a necessary building block of stable society. The debate over marriage will continue with the states leading the way. We must work to defend the rights of Americans to make marriage policy. We should work to promote the truth of marriage between a man and a woman. It is wise policy to uphold the reality that every child deserves a mom and a dad, and society as a whole benefits when they do. And now we have some statements by some of our other members here. First, we have Steve Scalise from Louisiana.
Thank you, Vicki. It's a sad day when unelected judges change the definition of marriage and turn their backs on the will of voters and their elected representatives who have made it clear that we want to continue to maintain the tradition of marriage as the union between a man and a woman. And far from resolving this issue, all that this ensures is that now the definition of marriage will be fought out in courtrooms by unelected judges as opposed to state legislators.
Mr. President, we have been working to come up with a list of amendments. Without any editorializing, this is the list we've been able to come up with. Staff has worked on this for long hours. I ask unanimous consent that a manager's package of amendments, which is at the desk, be in order and considered en bloc, that the Senate proceed to vote on adoption of the amendments in this package en bloc, that upon disposition of the manager's package, the following amendments be in order to be called up, and that the clerks be authorized to modify the instruction lines to fit the committee report amendments as amended where necessary. The amendments are Sessions 1334, Hirono 1718, Fisher 1594, Blumenthal 1636, Vitter 1445, Brown 1311, Toomey 1599, Hagan 1386, Coates 1563, McCaskill 1457, Johnson of Wisconsin 1380, Boxer 1260, Cruz 1580, Feinstein 1250, Lee 1214, Udall of New Mexico 1218, Vitter 1577, Tester 1459, Vitter 1474, Heidkamp 1593, Lee 1207, Whitehouse 1419, Cruz 1579, Udall of New Mexico 1691, Cruz 1583, Heinrich 1342, Cruz 1585, Reed of Rhode Island 1608, Cruz 1586, Nelson Wicker 1253, McCain Carden 1469, and Portman Tester number 1634. At 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, June 27th, the Senate proceed to vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed. That the amendments be subject to 60 affirmative vote threshold, that there be 2 minutes equally divided prior to each vote. And all after the first vote be 10-minute votes, that upon disposition of the Portman Tester Amendment number 1634, that's the last one, the pending amendments to the underlying bill be withdrawn. I be recognized then for the purpose of raising points of order against the remaining pending amendments to the substitute amendment, that after the amendments fall, the substitute amendment as amended be agreed to, the motion in cloture with respect to S744 be withdrawn, the bill as amended be read a third time and the Senate proceed to vote on passage of the bill as amended.
I object.
Senator from Iowa.
And I object, and I ask for the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Iowa, the objection is heard. The senator from Iowa is recognized.
On behalf of myself and my colleagues, I better say on behalf of myself and some of my colleagues, I have to object. Now, the majority party has proffered an agreement from our point of view that is insufficient and clearly not serious, even though I know they consider it a serious offer. Last night, our side offered a list of amendments that could be voted upon. We asked for votes on 34 amendments, and that 34 amendments is less than 10% of all those amendments that are filed. Right now, about 550. But now the majority wants to limit the number of amendments and, in a sense, limit our rights, because each senator ought to have an opportunity to put down the amendments that they want to offer. It doesn't preclude the majority party from offering any amount of their amendments that they want to offer. It seems to me the majority wants to pick and choose the amendments that they like. They don't want to take tough votes, so they've chosen just a few of our amendments to make it look like it's very accommodating. So I have to say I feel a bit used and abused in this process. For 2.5 weeks, we've been pushing to get votes on our amendments. We've had a measly 10 votes on amendments. Remind you that there are 550 filed. That's pretty embarrassing for the majority after they promised a fair and open debate. And I want to remind my colleagues about fair and open debate. One Republican member of the Group of 8 said, I'm confident, quote, I'm confident that an open and transparent process, one that engages every senator and the American people, will make it even better. I believe that this kind of open debate is critical in helping the American people understand what's in the bill, what it means for you, and what it means for our future, end of quote. That same senator also wrote to Chairman Leahy on March 30th, before the bill was brought up in committee, quote, I wish to express my strong belief that the success of any major legislation depends on the acceptance and support of the American people. That support can only be earned through a full and careful consideration of legislative language and an open process of amendments, end of quote. In a letter to me on April the 5th, that same senator wrote, quote, if the majority does not follow regular order, you can expect that I will continue to defend the rights of every senator, myself included, to conduct this process in an open and detailed manner. When the bill was introduced, the senior senator from New York said, quote, one of the things we all agree with is that there ought to be an open process so that people who don't agree can offer their amendments. So it's very clear that the Gang of 8, the authors of the legislation, called for a robust floor debate. They said they supported regular order. So I ask now, do they think that having only a few amendments considered and this list that's just been put before us, is that robust and open process? Do they think that the majority party has used regular order? So after spinning our wheels for a couple of weeks, we had an important vote on a couple days ago. The proponents had been bragging for weeks that they were going to get over 70 votes for their legislation and somehow force the House to take up their bill, and of course that won't happen if they don't get 70 votes. But I saw the shock of some that they had on their faces when their vote count fell short here a couple days ago. So now what are they doing? They need to pick up some votes, and they need to make it look like we've had a more fair process. So after less than the expected vote yesterday, the proponents came to me wanting to strike a deal that would give us votes on amendments. The problem is that they still want to limit our amendments, but they want to make sure that we include amendments that will help them pick up some votes. Well, I happen to be a farmer, but I haven't, and I'm proud to be a farmer, but I want them to know that I haven't just fallen off of the hay wagon. It's pretty clear what's going on around here. Regardless of the reasons for the majority now trying to look like they're accommodating us, I'm still willing to negotiate votes, but it needs to be a lot of votes. Now, some on my side may be less charitable than I am, since they also understand what's going on around here. So in the end, we may very well not be having any more votes on amendments. It's too bad the majority led us down this road and is aiming for the ditch. In other words, we have not had the fair and open process that we were promised, like we had in committee, a very fair and open process there. But it ended up completely contrary to what the Group of 8 told us we were going to have when we got to the floor. So, in the end, they have only themselves to blame. In the end, I think the end's right now. Now we're going to have votes on cloture. We're going to have a vote on final passage. I'm telling people on my side of the aisle that if you're going to be against this bill, there's no sense of debating it anymore. We might as well carry our story to the other body, because that's where this bill is going to be perfected, if it can be perfected in a way that it's going to be sent to the President and solve the problems that we have and not make the same mistakes that we made in 1986. I yield the floor.
The Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to speak, followed by the Senator from Ohio and then the Senator from New York.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm disappointed that the Senator from Iowa didn't accept the Majority Leader's proposal to let us finish this bill in a more orderly process. But I have watched this debate and want to add my voice to those who've come out and complimented the enormously good work, bipartisan work that the Gang of 8 has performed in their efforts to forge a bipartisan compromise on an issue that is of remarkable importance to this country, to our economic growth, to our security, and quite honestly to the character of our country. I look forward to voting in favor of this legislation. I will not recap all of the components and path of how we got here, but suffice it to say that this critically important piece of legislation fixes our broken immigration system, ensures adequate, and some would say, I might even say, undue border security, allows part of those 11 million undocumented individuals to earn their path to citizenship or earn their path to legal status, learning English, paying back taxes, contributing to our society, has been indicated by the Congressional Budget Office, where they will actually, this legislation will dramatically decrease the deficit. As well, a part to this bill that I was proud to work on around high-skill immigration, improving upon our H-1B program, making sure that for high-tech workers, making sure that as we continue to train and educate the world's best and brightest, those PhDs and electrical engineering from Virginia Tech, if that individual happens to be from Brazil or Czechoslovakia or India, they have a job offer here after they graduate that PhD, they ought to stay here in America. Because unfortunately what happens right now, since Canada, the UK, and Australia have changed their laws, they don't go home. They simply move across the border to Canada and take those high-paying jobs and the support jobs with them. This legislation will also make an important stride to make sure that America's dreamers, those young people oftentimes who are brought here without any ability for them to weigh in individually because their parents moved here, who are caught in this limbo at this point, where many jurisdictions, including, unfortunately, my state, sometimes don't allow them to finish their education, serve in the military. They have those abilities. They ought to be able to get an expedited path to citizenship. Matter of fact, during this year's State of the Union, I was proud to invite Anbar Pinto, who was a 19-year-old, incredible young woman who was born in Bolivia, but has grown up most of her life here in Virginia. I was proud to invite her to be my guest at the State of the Union address. I know that Anbar will be able to, Anbar will be able to contribute to her community, to Virginia, and to the United States. And this legislation will make sure that she gets the same kind of fair shot in this country that I got and other Americans are going to have. Let me also say, Mr. President, because I know there are other senators who want to speak, that this legislation really is about the character of our country. Senator Alexander from Tennessee said something the other day that I've quoted him on a number of times. In this immigration debate, we discuss the character of our country. If I move to China tomorrow, I'll never be Chinese. If I move to India tomorrow, I'll never be Indian. If I move to France, I'll never become French. It's only in America that someone from anywhere around the world, if they play by the rules, accept our democratic principles, our free enterprise system, can come here and get the fair shot. And not only can they become American, but their children will be American for generations to come. That history of our nation as a nation of immigrants, that history of our American character is reflected in the tenets of this legislation. The path has been circuitous. We are long overdue. The last immigration reform was more than 20 years ago. Our current system is fundamentally flawed and broken. It is time to pass this legislation with an overwhelming majority, get it to the other body, get it out, and get this bill to the desk of the President for signature. So, Mr. President, I am proud of the work that has been done by members from both parties on this important legislation. I look forward to its successful conclusion, I hope tomorrow, and look forward to the fact that the Anbar Pintos and other dreamers and so many others who've lived in the shadows for so long will be able to have the right to earn that right to get their same kind of fair shot at that American dream that I and so many in this body have had. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the underlying immigration bill, but importantly to talk about a really important amendment that I hope can be brought up. I've spoken on the floor about this before and provided great detail as to why it works to ensure that we have employment verification at the workplace, why it's so important, really the critical element, I believe, in terms of immigration reform. I believe strongly that if we do not have a stronger employee verification system at the workplace, the rest of this legislation is not going to work. We're not going to have the people come out of the shadows that those who are proponents of this legislation would like to see, and I would like to see. Significantly, we're not going to be able to curtail future flows of illegal immigration. People come here to work. And it's that magnet of employment that over the years has drawn people to this great country. And if we're just going to put up more fences and more border patrol, which I support, we're not going to get at the problem. First, when people want to come here badly enough, they figure out a way to go over or under those fences. They figure out a way to go around it. That's been the story of our country. Every time we've increased enforcement, including some sectors of the border now where there's double fences, people still manage to find their way across in order to find work. Second, 40% of those who are here illegally in this country, we are told, came here legally. They didn't come across the border illegally. They overstayed their visas. And the only way to get at that problem is to ensure that we have strong workplace verifications, and frankly, the underlying bill must be strengthened in order for the legislation to work the way it's promised. I believe this amendment that I'm prepared to offer with Senator Tester, my colleague from Montana, is not just bipartisan, is not just one that has been worked through with the Gang of Eight, with the White House, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the AFL-CIO, with all the groups. We played by the rules over the last month or so to put together a good amendment, but it's one that will actually ensure to the American people that we can have an enforcement in place both at the border and in the interior at the workplace that will enable the rest of the legislation to work. I've made it very clear over the last several weeks that I cannot support the underlying bill unless it has those enforcement guarantees, because I can't go to my constituents, look them in the eye, and say this is going to work. So I agree. Our immigration system is broken. The legal system is broken. The illegal immigration system obviously is broken. But we've got to do the right things to fix it, or else the promises we make are simply empty promises. You know, they say everybody wants to go to heaven, but not everybody's willing to do the hard things to get there. This is an example of that. It's a hard thing. A lot of people don't want to see a tightening at the workplace. But it has to happen, and I think we all acknowledge that. I was part of the 1986 immigration reforms. That dates me, I know. But I was on the commission that helped come up with that. But we proposed employer sanctions, called at the time. Both in terms of the legislation, how it was implemented, those employer sanctions were never put in place. And that's one reason, although 3 million people were legalized, millions more came, up to 12 million now. This is the critical part of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, let's have a vote on it. If we don't have a vote on it, we will not send the necessary message to the House of Representatives of the importance of this piece of the puzzle. People said, well, why didn't you include it in the Corker-Hoven amendment, which was about a border surge? Because it needs to be and deserves to be drawn out as a separate issue, a separate debate, which we've had here on the floor. I've spoken on it before. Senator Tester has spoken on it. And we need to be sure that we can show through a bipartisan vote that, yes, we are willing to do the hard things to get to heaven. The hard things to make sure that this legislation actually works. And that's dealing with this at the workplace, which is the magnet, which is the reason people come to this country. So I would ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, please, let us have a vote. There's only been 10 votes out of the over 500 apparently that have been filed. Only 10 votes on this floor. Let us have a vote on this. We'll be able to do it in a bipartisan way. We'll be able to show the American people, as Republicans and Democrats, we can come together to solve big problems, and this is a big one. And if it's not solved, I will tell you it's not going to work. The pilot program for the kind of E-Verify that's in the underlying bill has been tested. And you know what the recent report says on it? 54% of those who are illegal got through the system and got a job. More than half. Why? Because the verification doesn't work. Our legislation strengthens it in a half dozen ways. Again, I've gone into great detail of this on the floor, and it's all on the record. And I've shared this with all my colleagues who are interested. And again, we've done the right thing in terms of working with both sides of the aisle, playing by the rules in terms of being sure the Gang of Eight signs off on it. It's not perfect. It's not exactly the amendment that I initially drafted, nor is the underlying legislation perfect. But it does put in place real enforcement to ensure that the legalization will not occur in the absence of enforcement, which would lead not only to fewer people coming out of the shadows, but more illegal immigration coming, as happened in 1986. The 1986 bill casts a long shadow on this place, and we've got to be sure we don't repeat those mistakes. This will ensure that we do that. I would urge my Republican colleagues, including the ranking member who has been terrific in this process, trying to work with us, to accept a reasonable list and to accept some time limits that are reasonable. I will say last July 4th, a year ago, we were kept in session in this place. I was kept in session, as was every member, and I was happy to do it. But frankly, it was regarding legislation that was more political than it was real. It never went anywhere because it was viewed as kind of a political exercise. I think both sides of the aisle would agree with that. We stayed on Saturday. As I recalled, we stayed that weekend. Here we have a historic bill before us on immigration, and we can't stay for a couple days to be sure we get through some of these amendments? That makes no sense. Members in this body know me. I'm not a partisan. I'm not a guy that normally gets up here and rails against the other party about process. But I would say both parties need to figure out a way to come together and to come up with a list of amendments that make sense to ensure that this legislation we're considering is one that not only goes over to the House with over 60 votes, but goes over to the House with the kind of substantive provisions that are going to make the legislation work so that we can tell the American people and frankly tell our colleagues in the House this is something they ought to take up because our immigration system is broken. I see my colleague from Montana is here. I would ask him, yield to him, to see if he has any comments to make on this.
Well, I want to thank my, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I want to thank my.
Without objection.
I want to thank my friend from Ohio. I just want to say this. I'm not going to speak a lot about the amendment. I think Senator Portman has laid it out very, very well. I just want to say that we've got immigration problems in this country that need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed for some time. I think the Gang of Eight has done a great job coming forth with a good faith effort with a good bill that I think heads us through that direction. I think this amendment makes that good bill even a better bill. And I would want to thank Senator Portman for his work in a bipartisan way to put forth an amendment that makes the bill better, that makes the bill work better. And I will tell you, at some point in time, there will be an unanimous consent offered on this amendment to get a vote on it. And I will hope that both sides agree that we can get a vote on this bill. And I'll tell you why, on this amendment. I'll tell you why. It makes the bill better, and it will pass. And that's what we're here to do. So I just want to thank my friend from Ohio, and I would encourage, as he did, both sides to come together to make a good bill, an even better bill, so we can pass it through Congress and get it to the President's desk. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank my colleagues.
Senator from Ohio.
I thank my colleague from Montana. I thank from willingness to work on this together. This was not an easy process. Let's be honest. There are a lot of people who would like not to tighten up the workplace requirements. There are people on all sides of this. The business community sometimes doesn't want to. Labor unions sometimes don't want to. Other groups are concerned about this. But the reality is, unless we have strong workplace verification provisions in place, the rest of the legislation does not work. It's a critical piece of the puzzle. I would urge my colleagues to give us a vote. Give us a chance. Let us show that we can, on a bipartisan basis, do something that will actually create the enforcement that's needed to have the rest of this legislation work. And again, I'm urging both sides of the aisle to work on this together and to come up with a reasonable list of amendments. I'm not suggesting anybody else's amendment shouldn't be offered, but I am saying that there is a way to get there. If we have to stay in, I hope members would be willing to do this on an issue this important to the American people and this important to the future of our country. With that, I yield back my time, Mr. President.
Senator from New York.
Thank you. I thank the senator. And I thank the senator from Ohio for his good work on his piece of legislation. I'll talk about that in a minute. I want to just talk in general about where we are. Obviously, this has been a long, hard road, and we're on the edge of passing one of the most significant pieces of legislation that this body has passed in a very long time. And the good news is we're going to pass it with just about every Democrat voting for it and a very significant number of Republicans voting for it. And the reason for that is the vast majority of members in this body realize that the immigration system is broken and needs fixing. Absolutely. We have a dumb system right now. We turn away people who create jobs, and we let people cross the border who take away jobs from Americans. And America is crying out that we fix the system. We have 11 million people in the shadows. They are working for substandard wages, many of them, under desperate conditions. And they bring down the wage rates for everybody else, through no fault of their own. We want to bring those people to an earned path to citizenship. We want to take our immigration system and admit people who are going to create jobs. We have shortages here. Google Maps is now in Vancouver, Canada. It's an American company. It's American ideas. But they're in Vancouver, Canada, because they can't get the employees they need here. They're willing to pay whatever. But Canada's immigration system is much better than ours, and they can get the people from all around the globe who are needed to run that part of the company. And we are fair to agriculture. The growers and the farm workers have come together on this bill. It's a large, large improvement over the present system. Now, you know, I've heard my good friend from Ohio, and I like his amendment. In fact, my staff worked on it with him. But let's make no mistake about it. This is a vast bill, and E-Verify, permanent E-Verify is in the bill, and maybe it can be improved a little bit. But it is 0.01% of the bill. Doesn't deal with border security, doesn't deal with exit entry, doesn't deal with the 11 million, doesn't deal with future flow. So I would urge my colleague to reconsider. Of course we want this amendment offered, and many of us will support it. But to say that that is the only reason, if it doesn't get in, the bill is not worth voting for, I would have to respectfully and completely disagree with the bill, with my colleague. And let's face it, there are members on his own side of the aisle who will block him from offering it. So that says it all, doesn't it? Why do they do that? Because they don't want a bill to pass.
And that has been the strategy here. I heard my good friend from Iowa talk about we're not approving enough amendments. Well, I'll tell you, the folks on the other side have had a great plan. Block votes for 2 weeks, and then in the final hours complain we haven't had enough votes. That's what they've done. The first week we wanted to move bills. The able chairman of the Judiciary Committee did. Oh, no. We had to change the whole rules and change the number of votes it takes to pass a bill around here. Week 2, we proposed many amendments be offered, and the pace was painstakingly slow. That's the plan. Block votes for 2 weeks and then complain. And finally, last night, we got a list of 36 amendments from the other side. Of course, we have many amendments. That would be 72 amendments because our side would want a one-for-one. That's only logical and fair. And then we heard that that wasn't sufficient, that they wanted more amendments than that. And furthermore, the Republican Steering Committee, my own colleagues have told me, sent out word, get more amendments out there, because we want to make sure there are so many amendments that we could never finish this bill. In fact, even in that list of 36, the majority, not the majority, but those who asked for the most amendments were professed opponents of the bill. They weren't interested in improving the bill. The strategy was, at the last hour, create dilatory tactics so the bill could never be approved. Again, look at the list. One member, I won't mention his name, offered 7. Another offered 6. They are 2 of the 5 leading opponents of the bill. They're not interested in approving it. And many of the amendments on that list of 35 were debated in committee and defeated by bipartisan votes. The committee was an open process. That shows our bona fides. There were 301 committee amendments, more than 130 votes, 49 Republican amendments added into the bill. And Leader Reid has just made a reasonable offer. He took 17 amendments from that list of 36. Every one of them was a Republican request. He didn't make them up. He didn't spin them out of whole cloth. He added 15 Democratic amendments. We have a lot of people on this side who genuinely want to improve the bill. And, of course, the other side objected. So the idea that we're not allowing amendments, please, take the leader's offer. That's a half of the amendments you submitted last night.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I'd be happy to yield to my friend from Arizona.
My understanding that there were 17 amendments that were just proposed by the Majority Leader, and it was opposed by the senator from Iowa because we weren't allowing votes. Is that, if I heard correctly, that after a unanimous consent request for 17 Republican amendments, one of them very critical, that the senator from Montana and the senator from Ohio, because of the E-Verify, which is something which is a fundamental key to making sure that those 40% of the people who are in this country illegally who didn't cross our border but came on visas and overstayed. And then it's my understanding that after those 17 votes, with 10 minutes allowed with each side, as I understand the unanimous consent request by the Majority Leader, then we would do 17 more, and even 17 more if necessary. And yet the senator from Iowa says that we're not allowing amendments? Now, I've got to say, I think in honesty, if I would ask the senator from New York, that there was a delay of a couple of days there that was unnecessary, which frankly was from the other side. But to somehow allege that the rights on this side of the aisle are being abridged when there's a unanimous consent request to have 17 votes right now with 10 minutes in between, perhaps the senator from New York can explain to me that logic.
Well, it's very hard to explain. It's sort of twisted logic a little bit. It's sort of pretzel-like logic. It's also pretzel-like logic to delay votes for so many weeks and then say all at once we need hundreds and hundreds of amendments. Not right, not fair, particularly as my good friend from Arizona knows when so many of those amendments come from sworn opponents of the bill, when so many of those amendments were disposed of in committee. So he is right. And one other point I'd make while my good friend from Arizona is here, one of my fellow so-called gang members. We have a lot of disputes in this body because one side is against the other side. One side says one thing and the other side bands together and says no. And we get gridlock. We need 60 votes. Neither side has them. But that's not the case here. Every major vote has been bipartisan, with a very significant number from the other side supporting the bill. More than that, the whole process has been bipartisan. The Gang of Eight was 4-4. We sat in that room and haggled. We had as many disputes on the Democratic side that didn't want to accept what the Republicans wanted as disputes on the Republican side who didn't want to accept what Democrats wanted. But we all met in the middle because we believed in this bill. And the sad fact of the matter is that while a vast majority of Americans support this proposal, by every poll that's seen, a majority of Republicans support this proposal. A majority of conservative Republicans support this proposal. There is a group in the country and reflected here in the Senate that is so opposed to the bill they will go to any length to stop it. But the good news here is when you have a bipartisan majority, that can't happen. So we get the kind of logic that my good friend from Arizona has pointed out. We get the kind of thing, you know, it's sort of like Houdini. Remember, he tied himself in a straitjacket and then complained he couldn't get out?
Could the senator yield for one more question?
I yield to another question.
Now, the senator from Iowa may allege that the amendments that he wants considered are not in that package. I would ask the senator from New York, and perhaps the majority leader, would we then agree to have votes on the amendments that the senator from Iowa wants? These are a beginning and something that we could continue to vote on as long as it takes. When we were doing the budget, we stayed up all night. That was another great moment in the history of the Senate. But and again, I'm not saying that all amendments aren't equal. I'd ask my friend. But I think it's pretty clear that the senator from Montana and the senator from Ohio, Senator Portman, have a very important amendment that has to do with E-Verify, a fundamental of this legislation. We can assure the American people that the magnet disappears because of the certainty of penalties for employers, which is embodied in E-Verify, which the senator from Ohio has spent weeks on. Only a nerd like the senator from Ohio could come up with the absolute detailed and absolute complete and comprehensive approach to E-Verify. A man I admire enormously. Anybody who could be the director of the budget has got to be a nerd, as we know. But I admire the senator from Ohio's work on this, along with the senator from Montana, and I think is there anyone who would disagree that what the senator from Ohio and the senator from Montana are proposing wouldn't improve the bill enormously and the confidence of the American people that we could verify whether someone is in this country illegally and applying for a job illegally? So I guess my other question is, if the senator from Iowa doesn't like the list that the senator from that the majority leader read from, why don't we do some of the other amendments? Or are we not going to do any amendments? And I would like, by the way, could I just finally say, my friend from Ohio, I have the greatest respect for his intellect and his capabilities, and I know that he knows that I was just joking when with my comments. As a personal aside, when I was practicing for my failed run for the presidency, the senator from Ohio played my opponent, and I began to dislike the senator from Ohio enormously, and he did a great job, as he did in the last election. I thank the Senator.
Well, I thank my colleague in reclaiming my time. I'd say when you get a nerd from Ohio and a farmer from Big Sandy, Montana together, of course you're going to get a very good amendment. The bottom line, though, is simple. That amendment is in the list that the leader suggested. Every one of the 17 Republican amendments was part of that list of 36. And so the bottom line is, and now hundreds of more, or many more amendments have been filed. And just talking about the amendment, look, E-Verify is in the bill. I would not quite agree with my colleague from Arizona. E-Verify will work very well without the amendment. I think it'll work somewhat better with the amendment. It's a good amendment. I'm supportive of the amendment. My staff helped work on the amendment. But let's not say that this bill will have no internal enforcement without the amendment. It has very strong internal enforcement. Right. In fact, it has mandatory E-Verify. My good friend from Alabama has been railing that we need mandatory E-Verify in the country for years. And as we work through the process, if the House, in its wisdom, moves the bill, we can improve things. This is not the last train out of the station, but I'd say this: if we don't have a bill, we'll have no E-Verify. Improved, not improved, and so many of the things that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wanted won't be in the bill. So, again, to me, who's worked in a bipartisan way, and I've taken as many criticisms from my side of the aisle as from the other to get this done, what's happening here, not the gentleman from Ohio, he is sincerely eager to improve the bill, and I support that improvement. But for many others who are vehemently opposed to the bill, there is a view to delay and delay and delay in hopes, I would say forlorn hopes, that they can't move the bill. We haven't been on this bill for a day. We've been on the bill for 3 weeks. And again, most of the objection, not all, but the vast majority came from the other side when we wanted to move forward. So I would urge that we adopt the leader's motion, 32 amendments, reasonable amount of time to debate them, 17 from the Republican list, 15 from the Democratic list, and go forward. And I don't think there'll be a single objection from our side, I'll tell you that much. Now, if you say we want these 32 and then untold more, that's a different story. That's a different story. But again, let me conclude on a happy note. We have our differences here. But it has been truly amazing to work with the two senators from Arizona, and the senator from South Carolina, and the senator from Florida, and the senator from Colorado, and the senator from Illinois, and the senator from New Jersey. It's been an amazing journey on one of the most difficult issues that face America. We have crafted a proposal that has broad support and strong momentum, momentum that increased with today's vote and will increase further with tomorrow's vote. Please, one of the things that our citizenry objects to is there's always naysaying. It's always easier to say no than say yes. But as has been pointed out, when you say no, you're keeping the 11 million here under what many have called unstated amnesty. You are keeping a broken system that kicks people out of the country who create jobs and lets people into the country who take away American jobs. You are preventing the change in our immigration system to make America grow. CBO said, wow, that GDP would grow by 3% because of this bill this decade and 5% next decade. It's obvious. That's the energy of immigrants. Poor immigrants, unskilled immigrants, rich immigrants, educated immigrants. Our ancestors, such as James Madison Flake, who my colleague from Arizona once told me about, but all of our ancestors, whatever part of the globe they came from, worked so hard and are part of the secret to American success. And this bill restores that energy and that vitality. So again, this bill is not perfect. We never claimed it would be. But I would urge my colleague, my good friend, sincere friend from Ohio, who is much more, he's very smart, that's what my friend from Arizona wants, but has many other great attributes as well, and everyone else in this body, to not say, if I didn't get exactly the change I wanted, this bill is no good. I can't vote for it. That's what's paralyzed this nation in the last decade. And this is an attempt not only to fix our immigration system, but to overcome it, and I pray to God we will. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, because there were some comments made about the amendment that Senator Tesh and I have offered, let me just be very clear. This is about making the underlying bill work. I do not believe that it will work if we do not have strong workplace verification, simply. Both because, as the Senator from Arizona said, 40% of the people who are here illegally didn't come across the border. They came here because they overstayed their visas and they're here illegally now. And because when folks want to come here badly enough to get work, they will go over, under, and around whatever barriers we put in the border. I'm for more border security. It's a good part of the bill. But it does not solve the problem. 54%, remember that. That's the pilot program for E-Verify. Over half of the people who are illegal, who attempt to get work, are getting through.
Well,
I don't think that satisfies anybody in this chamber. I don't think the bill will work, and I'm not going to vote for it if it doesn't have strong enforcement, because I don't think people are going to come out of the shadows in the way people want to have them, including me, and I don't think you're going to be able to stop people from coming in the future. The flows of illegal immigration, just as we saw in 1986, cannot be curtailed unless there's strong enforcement at the workplace.
Well, tell me, yield for a question.
I yield to my colleague from Arizona.
It's my understanding that the senator from Ohio is true for literally weeks, consulting industry, consulting labor, consulting the most best high-tech people in America, has come up with these fixes which all of us, no matter how we are on this issue, agree would dramatically improve our capability to make sure that anyone in this country is illegally here before they obtain a job. And maybe it might be helpful to our colleagues that you could describe just for a couple of minutes, if you would, what you've been through in this process of coming up with this product to make sure that this is really a system that can work. I'm not sure that people are aware of that. And I say only someone with your background and knowledge and expertise, in my view, could have come up with this amendment along with the senator from Montana.
Well, thank my colleague, and I have explained this on the floor in some detail as to what's in the legislation and why it's so important, including speeding up the time for E-Verify to apply, including a real trigger that's comprehensive, including having an ability to verify somebody's identity, which is the problem now with E-Verify, by photo match, by doubling the amount that goes to the states for them to provide the data. It also has privacy protections. It also ensures that we don't create a new national database that could have potential negative consequences for all of us as citizens who care about civil liberties. So it's a great balance. We have worked with the Chamber. We have worked with the AFL-CIO. We have worked with the White House. We have worked with Republicans and Democrats alike. We've worked with people in the Gang of Eight. It's not exactly the amendment we initially drafted. Ours was even tougher, I will say, in some respects. But it's an amendment that I believe, in my heart, if we could get this amendment passed, would create an E-Verify system that would be strong enough to create a real deterrent. And right now, the incentive to work is so strong that we can't solve this at the border. Plus, as you indicated, my colleague from Arizona, folks are coming over having overstayed their visas. Let me just say one more thing, if I could, please, Mr. Majority Leader. The gentleman from Iowa has 34 amendments that he tells me he would like to have offered. I don't know if all 34 of those would actually be offered. Some of them, as my colleague from New York said, are being offered by the same senator. I would imagine there'll be some voice votes in there. I know, as I said earlier, that there has to be a time agreement that has to be reasonable. I know there has to be a limit. It seems to me there's a way for us to get there. Again, to show the American people that on a bill this historic, that we don't just have 10 amendments on the floor, that we have the ability to hear not just from our amendment, Senator Tester and myself, which is critical to me to having this bill succeed, but also other members who, as members of the Senate, have the right to be heard. So I would hope that we could come together. I misspoke earlier and said it was last 4th of July. It was 2 4th of Julys ago. I remember missing 4th of July events back home because we were here voting. Why? Because we wanted to spend some time on the Buffett rule. And that's fine. And we all came back and did it. It didn't go anywhere. I would only suggest this is even more important. If we have to stay through the weekend If we have to ensure that we stay up late tonight and tomorrow night to get this done, I hope we will do it, to provide an ability to find a way forward where we have these amendments, and significantly that we're able to offer an amendment like this one that enables this bill to work and enables us to have even more support as this bill goes over to the House of Representatives. I yield back my time.
Senator, the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I've been very patient today. But I've just about had it on this. All this pontificating on this amendment, all right? This senator from Ohio was offered to put this in the bill. He turned it down. And we're spending all this time here because he's been aggrieved in some way. He had the opportunity to put this amendment in the bill as it's offered. So I wanted to be quiet here all day. But this is enough. This is enough. The American people need to know that he had the right to put it in the bill. They agreed on it. He said no. I assume because he wants a big show out here to have a separate vote. I don't know what it is. But that's enough. I've had enough. I know he's a smart man. He's been head of OMB. A lot of good things. I know nothing bad about him. But that's enough of this. Enough of this.
Mr. President?
The Senator from Montana.
President?
I just want to talk a little bit about this amendment 1634 very quickly. And the good senator from Ohio has talked about it and explained it pretty well, but I just want to talk about a few things. This amendment substantially improves privacy protection for E-Verify program. That's a good thing. It ensures that no federal database will be created using a photo tool or other data from a state DMV database. That's a good thing. It ensures that no federal government agency can access information made available under E-Verify. It's a good thing. It increases privacy protections using established techniques such as requiring an individual to be notified when their Social Security number is used for the purpose of employment verification in a manner that is potentially fraudulent. That's a good thing. And it requires new regular reporting of suspected fraudulent use of the E-Verify process. This is a good amendment. It'll make a good bill better. And for that reason, I would ask unanimous consent that Amendment 1634 be in order for the purpose of a vote on the United States Senate floor.
The Senator from Iowa.
I reserve the right to object, but I will object. I want the members of this body to know that I very much am interested in E-Verify stuff because I have legislation in for mandatory E-Verify. I was involved with several senators in 2007 as we tried to get an amendment bill put together in 2007 in those negotiations. And it's a case of something very important. And I happen to support this amendment. But it's one of 34 others that we sent over to the majority to give us votes on. Our side isn't going to let the other side pick our amendments and choose our amendments that are going to be adopted any more than they would let us decide what Democrat amendments are going to be offered. So that applies to the Portman amendment as well, and the amendment Tester is a co-sponsor of it. So we had this set up where we were asked to put together amendments. It happens to be that a Republican senator, somebody that just spoke, involved in this colloquy, asked me to put together some amendments. And so I worked hard with a lot of dissenting Republicans about how we should do this process, put together 34 amendments, and gave them to that senator. And he was going to go and negotiate with the leader or the majority. And it seems to me that I ended up giving my amendments just to an errand boy. Didn't do much negotiation. And so we're here where we are. And also for that senator, I want to tell him that he said, well, we could do 15 amendments now and then maybe do 15 more and then 15 more. Well, the unanimous consent request said that after we do those amendments that we were asked to do, the bill be read a third time and the Senate proceed to the vote on final passage of the bill. So there wouldn't have been a tranche of so many, and then another tranche. So here we are. Even though I think it's a pretty good amendment, when we were promised a free and open process of amendment, and the group of 8 promised that from day one, that they put their bill down, that this bill can be approved. Well, we've had a chance to improve it by a dozen votes, and that's it. So I'm sorry for Mr. Portman and for Mr. Tester that I have to object to their amendment, but I do object. And I think that if we got 2.5 weeks that we could have been doing a lot of these things, we're going to have to rely upon the other bodies to get a decent bill to go to the President of the United States. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
The senator from Montana has the floor.
Mr. President, the senator from Montana just yielded for 1 minute for me to remark on this. Mr. President,
Without objection.
Mr. President, I think of myself as one of the calmest people around here, but a lot of facts and numbers have been tossed around here. I think let's get a few in perspective. When this bill was before the Judiciary Committee, there were 300 amendments filed, 300. We put them online. Every single person saw a week and a half before what the amendments were. We then brought them up. I bring up one from one party, then one from another. We did this day after day after day into the night until people said we have no more amendments that we want to bring up. We adopted around 140 of those amendments. All but 3 of them were the Republican and Democratic votes. To say nobody's had a chance to amend this, we had nearly 140 amendments, including amendments from the senator from Iowa and others, and myself. All but 3 of these 140 so were by bipartisan votes. And I well remember the last night of that markup, late in the evening, I said, does any senator, Republican or Democratic, have another amendment they want? No, there's not any more amendments. And we voted out the bill. We've offered to have roll call votes on 15 Democratic amendments, 17 Republican amendments, and then another almost 30 amendments, 29 amendments that everybody agrees should be passed and do them en bloc in the manager's package. Now, I know some, not the senator from Iowa, because he's been here a long time, but I know there's some senators that are new to this body. I've been here 38 years. I've seen great legislators in the Republican Party, great legislators in the Democratic Party. We always talk about the hundreds of amendments we know we're going to get down to a finite number. And then you agree to vote on those, and you usually have a manager's package where both Republicans and Democrats agree these can be done en bloc. This is what we've done. Several amendments here on the floor, 140 in committee. We've offered 15 Democratic, 17 Republicans, another 29 en bloc. The objection did not come from the Democratic side. It came from the Republican side, including some who said they would never vote for any immigration bill whatsoever. The distinguished majority leader has more patience than the senator from Vermont, and I applaud him for his patience. And I have not spoken on this point, and I apologize for taking the time. But it is frustrating to me to hear these numbers when so much work has been done by both Republicans and Democrats on this bill to get to the point we are. Now, I respect my friend Senator Portman, but he was offered the opportunity to put his amendment in the package, which is agreed to. I had amendments. I would love to have the glory of saying, here's a Leahy amendment passed on the floor. I said, no, I'm more interested in getting it passed. I put it in the package and let it go through. I don't need to have my name on it. I just want to get forward. So I thank the senator from Montana for letting me have the time.
The senator from Montana has the floor.
Thank you, Senator Leahy. I just want to get back to the amendment for just a second here, since it was objected to. We wonder why we've got single-digit approval rating in Congress. I mean, the people out here that I represent, they aren't Democrats first, they're not Republicans first, they're Americans first. And this amendment was objected to by somebody who actually agrees with the amendment. And if you're home watching this on TV, you're saying, what is going on in Washington, D.C.? We've got an amendment that people agree is going to make this bill better, but yet it's objected to. Why? Is it because there's going to be one or two more votes for this bill in the end? Is that why? Because if it is, that's not a good reason. Look, we all live in this country. We all want this country to work. We all want it to continue to be a leader in the world. This amendment makes a good bill better. I want to kick it to the senator from Ohio just for his closing comments on this amendment.
I thank my colleague from Montana. There's been discussion both by Senator Leahy.
Without objection, the senator from Ohio is recognized.
Both by Senator Leahy, who actually was complimented earlier in his absence about the way he handled this bill in committee by Senator Grassley, because the number of amendments he did offer allow the Republicans and Democrats to offer. But to my friend, the majority leader, and to the senator from Vermont, yes, we were offered, Senator Tester and I were offered the opportunity to put the legislation into the Hoeven-Corker amendment. By the way, the idea there was that we had to co-sponsor that amendment sight unseen, which ended up being about 1,200 pages. We chose not to do that, Senator Tester and I, for a very simple reason, which is that we wanted to have a debate and a vote on this issue. I've discussed this on the floor now 3 times. I'll discuss it once more because apparently the senator from Nevada wasn't there to hear it. But we believe, and I'm passionate about this, as you can tell, that if we don't fix the workplace, we cannot have an immigration system that works. It's as simple as that. And to not have a separate debate and a separate vote on this amendment, on this issue, does not give us the possibility of sending this over to the House with a strong message and maximizing the chance that the House of Representatives will see that strong bipartisan vote on this important issue of workplace enforcement to ensure it's part of the final package. It's that simple. If it had been part of the so-called border surge amendment, rightfully so, members from the other body and others observing this process would have said it wasn't about E-Verify, it wasn't about the workplace, it was about the border, it was about 20,000 new Border Patrol, and they would have been right, let's be honest. We asked something very simple. We just said, give us the opportunity to have a debate. It's not about us. It's not about politics. It's about the substance of the legislation to make sure that coming out of the shadows will actually happen, because folks will find it more difficult to find a job if they're illegal. To ensure that we don't have a future flow of illegal immigration, because we've had, again, an employment verification system that works. And to show that there is bipartisan support for that. Look, it's frankly not a very popular part of the legislation. And over the years it hasn't been. In 1986 it wasn't. That's why it was never implemented, because there's sort of an unholy alliance among employers, among folks representing labor union members, among folks representing some certain constituent groups who feel there might be some discrimination or other issues. That's why we've carefully drafted this amendment to address those concerns. We want to be sure that we had a separate debate and vote. And by the way, we're talking about a 5-minute debate. And we still hope we'll get it, because it makes too much sense. We could not believe, Senator Tester and I could not believe, that that couldn't be possible in this body. The world's greatest deliberative body couldn't spend 10 minutes debating this crucial issue and to show on a bipartisan basis what kind of support there is for not just dealing with the border, but also dealing with the workplace, which in my view is the critical element here. We made a mistake in 1986 by not writing the legislation properly and not implementing what we had in terms of employer sanctions. That's one reason. Although 3 million people were given legal status and amnesty, millions more came, to the point that now 12 million people live in this country in the shadows. We have to be sure that that problem is addressed. That's why, legitimately, we thought it would be appropriate for this body to take up that issue and have a vote on it. and I stand by that. I think we made the right decision, although I'm very, very discouraged by the fact that it now appears as though there might be some sort of roadblock here. Let's get a reasonable list. Let's get reasonable time limits. Let's work through these amendments. We could be doing them right now. We could have done them yesterday. We could do them tomorrow. We could be here over the weekend. 2 years ago, we stayed in on July 4th to talk about the Buffett rule, which never went anywhere. This is not as important. Substantive legislation that we actually hope will become the law of the land and have a major impact on all of us as American citizens and the future of our country, a nation of both immigrants and laws. I ask again, Mr. President, that Republicans be reasonable, Democrats be reasonable. Let's come together with a list that makes sense. Let's vote on these amendments. Let's start doing our work. With that, I yield back my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I thank the chair for allowing me to have the floor. Look, we were moving. Senator Grassley had a list of 16, 18 amendments Wednesday night. He was prepared to begin the voting on those Thursday, Friday, Saturday if need be, as Senator Reid had said we'd work on Saturday, Monday. What happened? They had the super amendment, they had the Corker-Hoeven amendment, and the majority decided to sit on that, not allow any amendments to occur Thursday, not allow any amendments to occur Friday, only have a cloture vote on Monday. And that vote, I don't think our members understood fully, gave complete power to the majority to dominate this process, to end the idea that we would have an open, fair process. It ended with a cloture vote Monday. And we were on a process to vote on a series of amendments. And Senator Grassley worked, and he got 35 amendments he said we would agree to out of the hundreds that were out there to have votes on. And now they come back and say 15 or 17, and now we're going to do this, and we want this amendment and that amendment. But the process, I hate to say, is pretty obvious to me, Monday afternoon had altered. We'd gone from an open debate process, as Senator Leahy conducted in the Judiciary Committee. At the end of it, he did say, anybody else got anything else they want to offer? There was nothing else offered. And he voted. Now, the committee was not a normal committee. We had 4 of the Gang of 8 on there. And so the vote after vote after vote, including 2 votes on E-Verify that would have strengthened that, were voted down. Votes on earned income tax credit fixing and honoring the promise not to provide that welfare payment was voted down. So I just would want to say that everybody knows what happened. The Republican members of the Gang of 8 said we'd have an open process right after the vote Sunday on Monday afternoon. They told me they were going to work for a process, but I knew then the deal had been cooked and we weren't going to be able to result in something that would work and be fair. So I would be pleased to, Senator Vitter.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you for yielding, and I just want to echo these concerns. I, for one, have been filing amendments and trying to get votes on important amendments for weeks since the very beginning of this process. I started the first day of this debate, and I haven't let up. And the gentleman from Alabama is exactly correct. A slow, halting amendment process at the beginning completely shut down, was completely shut down by the proponents of this bill as soon as they identified a path to pass the bill, as soon as they put together the major elements of the Corker-Hoeven amendment. And then that amendment process shut down. Now they're trying to resurrect a little bitsy piece of it at the tail end of the entire debate. For what reason? For the purely cynical reason that they can get a few amendments they want up to try to grow and maximize their vote. Well, that is a purely cynical, one-sided process, and I, for one, won't stand for it. I've been here urging my amendments from the beginning and consistently. The senator from New York was on the floor a few minutes ago saying this was some last-minute plea. It hasn't been last minute on my part. I started on day 1. I continued on day 2. I continued on day 3, all through the process. I was ready with my amendments early on. Friday, I organized a letter expressing this very concern about a shutdown of the amendment process and organized signatures and sent that letter Monday to the distinguished majority leader. So my plea for votes on significant amendments didn't start today, didn't start yesterday. It's been part of the entire floor process, but that process has been completely controlled and manipulated in a one-sided way by the proponents of this bill. And now they just want a few amendments at the end. Why? Number one, so they're not embarrassed by the complete shutdown they have orchestrated. Number two, so they can try to buy a few more votes for the bill on cloture. Well, that's not an open process. That's not a fair process, nor is it fair to be picking and choosing what amendment votes I get. All of these amendments by me and others are germane. That's not reasonable in any way. So I proudly join the senator from Iowa in objecting to that offer, which was completely cynical and one-sided. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I thank the
Senator from Alabama
for his comments, and I thank Senator Portman for providing some good language that would improve our situation. And I truly believe that what happened Monday afternoon, the bill was in deep trouble the week before. A dramatic reversal of enforcement ideas came about to throw money at this problem come Friday, and that's what happened, and the process has been shut down essentially since then. I would. Senator from Wisconsin.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Well, Senator Sessions, first of all, I appreciate you yielding the floor here. And I came down to, first of all, express my gratitude to Senator Grassley for fighting for amendments. I want to comment and really affirm what Senator Vitter was talking about, the senator from Louisiana, about how the amendments were chosen by the other side. I have not been an abuser of the amendment process in my time in the Senate. I try and pick the amendments. I try to write the amendments that I think really have a positive impact on any piece of legislation. In this case, on the immigration bill, I want to solve the problem. I was looking for a reason to vote for the bill. What prevents me from voting for this bill is the huge cost that we're having to pay for it. Listen, I don't want to divide families. I don't want to deport children's fathers. I don't want to deport husbands and wives. But I also agree with the American people that we cannot, we're already bankrupt this country. We cannot provide benefits to those people that are coming here that we want to welcome into our country, that contribute to the country, but we can't be paying benefits. And so I offered two amendments. First of all, to not allow the Secretary to extend the registration period another 18 months so we can get this behind us. My other amendment, which I think is more significant, would help me vote for the bill, would be to prevent immigrants from obtaining the Earned Income Tax Credit. The American people do not believe we should be paying benefits as we're bankrupting this nation to people that aren't citizens by a 77% margin. And as a result of that amendment, the one that I really asked for, if it was going to be narrowed down from 2 to 1, I asked for a vote on the amendment to prevent the Earned Income Tax Credit, a welfare benefit paid through the tax code to be offered to immigrants. That was the one I wanted, but in this package, negotiated apparently by the majority leader, they were going to offer the other amendment. Why? Because I don't believe they want to expose their members to that vote, basically providing benefits to non-U.S. citizens that they know full well the American people do not support. So again, I just want to once again say I appreciate Senator Grassley's efforts in this. I also want to say I fully support Senator Portman's amendment as well. He's exactly right. The way we stop illegal immigration is by reducing the demand for illegal boarding crossings. We do that by shutting down the demand for that labor. Again, we want to welcome legal immigrants through a legal process, but we cannot tolerate this lawlessness and this illegal immigration, and we simply cannot afford to pay non-citizens the benefit level. $262 billion is the cost of that bill, which just makes it very difficult for me to support it. But with that, I yield back my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, one more thing. First, I agree with Senator Johnson. I offered an amendment on the Earned Income Tax Credit in committee, and 4 of the gang of 8 members were on the committee, and they all voted that down, as I recall, even though they promised that there would be no welfare benefits for those in the country illegally who would be given provisional status under this legislation. And so that was a breach of one of the key promises that they made when the bill was moved forward. As a result, we know that the Earned Income Tax Credit is not a tax deduction. It's a direct check from the United States Treasury to people based on lower incomes. It's a welfare-type payment, and it's not a tax deduction-type situation. So that was a disappointment in committee that the group's promises were violated, and they've been blocked again on the floor. One more thing I want to say. I don't appreciate the idea that no matter what would happen, the members on this side said they would not vote for the bill. That's not true. We can and need badly an immigration bill that would improve the immigration system of America, put us on a sound course for the future, would provide compassionate status for people who are here illegally, put them in a way that they don't have to be deported. And I will support that, and have said that for years, actually, and have said that through this process. But let me tell you what the United States Customs Citizenship and Immigration Officers Association wrote to the committee, wrote to the Senate just 2 days ago, June 24th. This bill, if passed, will exacerbate the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service concerns about threats to national security and public safety. Will exacerbate their concerns. They go on to say, quote, "It will further expose USCIS agency as inept with an already proposed massive increase in case flow that the agency is ill prepared to handle." They go on to say this about the bill, quote, "It was deliberately designed to undermine the integrity of our lawful immigration system," close quote. The Officers Association wrote us that Monday. They go on to say this bill should be opposed and reform should be offered based on consultation with USCIS adjudicators who actually have to implement it. Nobody asked them. They met in secret with the special interest, the big business interest, the La Raza interest, the agriculture interest, the Immigration Lawyers Association, but they didn't have any of the officers in there. I wrote them and asked them to meet with them. They still refused to meet with them because they didn't want to hear that. Then how about the ICE Union Officers Association on June 24th? They wrote us and said this, "All senators, I urge you to vote no on this bill, which fails to address the problems which have led to the nation's broken immigration system and, in fact, will only serve to worsen current immigration problems," close quote. Got that Monday. They go on to say, instead of empowering ICE agents, who are the people out here required to enforce the law, this legislation empowers political appointees to further violate the law and unilaterally stop law enforcement, close quote. This at a time like no other in our nation's history in which political appointees throughout the federal government have proven to Congress their propensity for the lawless abuse of authority. There is no doubt that if passed, public safety will be endangered and massive amounts of future illegal immigration, especially visa overstays, is ensured, close quote. So all this talk about the greatest bill ever, it's not so. This bill is much weaker than the bill that was voted down in 2007. It was on the way to defeat last week until they had a desperate claim to throw 20,000 agents at the border, and spend a bunch of money without any thought about how it would work. So, Mr. President, I'm concerned about this. I think a lot's at stake, but we know how the situation got here. We know what happened. They voted cloture Monday, and the majority leader filled the tree. He had, therefore, complete control over any amendment. Last time, in 2007, there were 47 amendments voted on. This time, 9 have been voted on. Even if the 35 Senator Grassley proposed, that would be less than last year. So, last time. So I think that we know what's happening. They managed to get their votes together. The Corker-Hoven amendment was able to rescue a bill that was in deep trouble, and now it looks like we're moving on to final vote without the ability to have amendments, because the majority will not agree to allow an open process, as was promised, and allow a number of amendments to be offered. And as Senator Leahy said, a lot of amendments were offered in committee. Why couldn't they have been offered on the floor? Why couldn't we have voted on the amendments on the floor? The majority doesn't get to pick and choose what amendments they're going to allow to come up. We're either going to have an open process, an amendment process, or we're not. And it looks like we're not. I thank the chair and would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, before I begin my remarks on the immigration reform, I would like to acknowledge the diligence and leadership of my colleague from Alabama, Senator Sessions, who spent a lot of hours right here on this floor and in the committee before this on this issue of immigration. I commend his relentless efforts to bring to light many of the problems and questions surrounding the legislation before us, some he has been talking about in the past few minutes. Mr. President, as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives in 1986, I opposed the Simpson-Mazzoli Act, which granted amnesty to nearly 3 million illegal immigrants. Supporters of that law then promised that it constituted a one-time fix to our nation's broken immigration system. Instead, the promise itself was broken. At least 4 times as many illegal immigrants now reside in the U.S., some 27 years later. And despite this failure, the Senate now, tonight, is considering legislation that repeats the mistakes of Simpson-Mazzoli. The provisions are different, but I believe the results will be the same. Still, Mr. President, supporters of this legislation before us promise border security in return for amnesty, just as proponents of Simpson-Mazzoli did. In light of these facts, Mr. President, here's a more credible promise. I believe the child of Simpson-Mazzoli will become the mother of all amnesties. You can call it what you want to. Compounding the mistakes made a generation ago will ensure, I believe, that the problem of illegal immigration revisits generations to come on a much grander scale. Therefore, I rise today to urge my colleagues to reject this deeply flawed legislation. The subject of border security has been talked about here in the Senate. Mr. President, during consideration of the Simpson-Mazzoli Act in 1986, here in the Senate, my former Senate colleague and co-author of that legislation stated the following, and I quote, "The American people," he said, "in my mind, will never accept a legalization program unless they can be assured this is a one-shot deal." End quote. The assurances to which he referred were border security and tough enforcement of immigration laws. Specifically, Simpson-Mazzoli called for 50% more Border Patrol personnel for 2 years and new penalties for employers who hired illegal immigrants. Unfortunately, as we know, the former proved insufficient and the latter was hollow. But it was too late. Nearly 3 million illegal immigrants had already been granted amnesty by the time most lawmakers figured out that the assurances were basically a sham. Despite the drastic increase in illegal immigration in the intervening years, Supporters of the bill now before us, the Senate, make similar assurances of border security in return for a form of amnesty. They say that there will be a surge in Border Patrol and a fence along the southern border. We've heard it before. But they claim two main distinctions between their promise and the one we heard in 1986. First, the supporters of this bill say that this bill does not contain amnesty, but a tough path to citizenship. Second, they say that this bill will secure the borders before legalization occurs. But will it? Mr. President, I believe neither claim holds water. Under this legislation, once the Secretary of Homeland Security notifies Congress that the Department has begun, Mr. President, begun to implement a so-called comprehensive southern border security strategy and a southern border fencing strategy, she can commence processing applications for registered provisional immigrant status. In addition, the Secretary must begin implementing these plans within 180 days of enactment of this legislation. I'll clarify the legal talk. No later than 6 months after this bill becomes law, those who came here illegally will be allowed to stay legally. I'll clarify that further. That's amnesty, in whatever you want to call it. The sequence is also noteworthy. No fence must be built before amnesty is granted. No surge in Border Patrol must occur either. Those things come after, not before. So I return to the fundamental question, Mr. President. Will these measures, as structured, stop illegal immigration? The Congressional Budget Office, CBO, says no. Instead, CBO provides only a vague and uninspiring assessment that the legislation will slow illegal immigration by some amount greater than 25%. Slow immigration. If and only if the dubious promises of this legislation are fulfilled. Perhaps that's the more salient point. We don't know what the impact of this will be. We don't know what we're doing. We only know that even the best outcome won't be nearly enough. Mr. President, I believe we should know what we're doing. We should know that the border is secure before any discussion of legalization begins right here in the Senate. But there are economic consequences to all of this, too, that people need to think about. What we do know, Mr. President, is the economic consequences of this massive amnesty will make struggling Americans, a lot of them, struggle even harder. By some estimates, this legislation will produce a surge of more than 30 million immigrants in just the first decade after enactment. Some people believe more. CBO projects that passing this legislation brings grim news about what this will mean for working Americans as well as those looking for work. For example, the unemployment rate, according to CBO, will accelerate over the next 6 years. Average wages for Americans will drop over the next 10 years. Meanwhile, average wages will rise for those granted amnesty or legalization. Economic output per capita will decrease over the next 10 years, and the own budget deficit will increase by more than $14 billion over the next 10 years. In short, this legislation is projected to increase Americans' difficulty in finding a job and then reduce their paycheck when they get one. In my judgment, that's reason enough to oppose any legislation like this. Mr. President, I understand that supporters of this legislation point to better economic projections in the so-called out years. However, even if those projections prove accurate, which we don't know, we should never put the economic well-being of the Americans here on hold. Finally, Mr. President, I'm deeply concerned that this legislation will further strain our overcommitted entitlement and welfare programs. Our nation, as we all know, is over $17 million in debt. We should be working on a long-term plan to put our nation back on the sound fiscal footing, not adding to the burden. There's also an issue of competitiveness here. Mr. President, long-term thinking would also aggressively promote American competitiveness. Immigration reform, real immigration reform, presents a golden opportunity to advance that cause. This legislation misses the mark. In some instances, as we probably all know, China and India together, by some estimates, China and India together graduate nearly 1 million engineers each year from their universities. The U.S., by comparison, graduates approximately 120,000 engineers. In addition, the Manhattan Institute estimates that 51% of engineering PhDs and 41% of physical sciences PhDs who are foreign-born are forced to leave the United States once they get a degree. Mr. President, I believe if we really care about immigration reform, if we want to continue to lead the world, we must attract and retain the best and the brightest minds. Yet this legislation would cause a tectonic population labor market shift in the opposite direction. Specifically, CBO projects that among the tens of millions of immigrants who will come to America under this legislation, there will be 7 low-skilled workers for each high-skilled worker. 7 to 1, Mr. President. It's little wonder, then, if that CBO projects that Americans' wages will fall. 2 provisions in the legislation will affect this change. First, the current cap on family-based visas will be removed. This will create an unlimited influx of low-skilled workers. Second, the cap on visas for high-skilled workers will be increased, though not nearly enough to meet the demand. The legislation will also impose onerous new restrictions on employers seeking to hire such workers. The authors of this legislation claim that it contains a merit-based approach, which will ensure that more high-skilled immigrants receive visas. They emphasize that their point system favors higher education, consistent employment, and English proficiency. Yet, Mr. President, a closer examination of the details reveals that points would also be awarded on the basis of non-merit factors, such as family ties and civic involvement. In effect, this dilutes not only the point system, but also claims of a merit-based approach that will promote American competitiveness. Mr. President, I think we have some of the best universities in the world. They attract a lot of the most gifted individuals from around the globe, deepening our country's vast pool of talent. This, in turn, attracts companies here and abroad seeking the brightest minds in math, science, and engineering. Graduates will go on to attain high-paying jobs or even create jobs themselves if they're allowed to stay here. Mr. President, I believe we must do more to allow such talent to stay, especially in light of an increasingly global and competitive economy. In closing, Mr. President, I would quote Mark Twain, who once cleverly observed, "History does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme." In the context of immigration reform, the promises we hear today sound a lot like those we heard in 1986. But this time, the amnesty will be much bigger. I believe that consequences will be many. Undermining the rule of law, failing to secure the border, increasing economic difficulties for American workers and job seekers, eroding our nation's finances, and weakening our competitive position internationally. Mr. President, I believe that one of our fundamental responsibilities as lawmakers are to support policies that foster the conditions for job creation and economic prosperity in America. I believe we must remain a welcoming nation, but we must always put Americans first. In my judgment, this legislation fails in many corners, and it fails most tests. Accordingly, I will respectfully but firmly oppose it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, I want to speak to the underlying legislation that we're debating here in the United States Senate today, and I want to acknowledge that, like many of my colleagues here in the United States Senate, I'm a descendant of immigrants. Only one generation separates me from a grandfather who was born in Norway but came to America with his brother in hopes of making a better life. My grandfather and great-uncle, when they came to Ellis Island, their given name wasn't the name I have today. It was Yelsvik. It was spelled G-J-E-L-S-V-I-K. And when they got to Ellis Island, the immigration officials there asked them to change their name because they thought it would be difficult to spell and pronounce for people in this country. And so they picked the farm, or the name of the farm where they worked, near Bergen, Norway, which was the Thun Farm. And so Nikolai Yelsvik became Nick Thun, my grandfather. And when they got here, they went and worked on the railroad, learned English, saved up enough money to where they could eventually buy a merchandising store, which later became a hardware store. And there is to this day on the streets of Mitchell, South Dakota, a Thun Hardware. The family is not associated with it anymore. But that's an example of, like so many other cases, people in this here in this chamber, as well as those all across the country, Mr. President, who came here in search of the American dream, in search of a better life for their children and grandchildren. My grandfather raised 3 sons in the middle of the Great Depression. The middle son, my father, Harold, became an accomplished basketball player, went on to star at the University of Minnesota, and when World War II broke out, he defended his country in combat, became a naval aviator, and flew off the aircraft carrier Intrepid during World War II. And when he returned back to South Dakota, he started raising his family in the small town of Murdo, which is where I grew up. This country, Mr. President, was built by immigrants, like my grandfather. And our future, both economically and as a continued example of freedom throughout the world, will be maintained by future generations of immigrants who come here with a respect for the rule of law in hopes of starting a better life. Well, Mr. President, a lot has changed in the world since my grandfather came to the United States. We face new threats from abroad that attempt to use our porous borders to harm this nation and to destroy our way of life. In addition to these new national security challenges, we depend on a more dynamic system of commerce, trade, transportation, and communication. Our government is also larger and now offers a broad social safety net to a growing and aging population. To maintain our system of government while encouraging future generations of immigrants to come here, our immigration policy must provide a clear path for those who wish to come here legally while enforcing the rule of law. As lawmakers, we've got to look at each piece of legislation that comes to the Senate floor based on its own merits and the impacts that it will have on our nation. The immigration bill before the Senate has many aspects of it that I can support. But there are elements of this legislation, Mr. President, that cause me concern. And I appreciate the effort of those who have worked in drafting this bill to find a way to address the 12 million undocumented workers who are currently living in this country. However, if we're going to fix the problem, we need to do so in a way that doesn't result in the Senate having the same discussion again and again in years to come. The solution to the problem of illegal immigration is not Congress passing new laws every few years that provides for legalization without securing our borders. That sends the wrong message to natural-born citizens and those waiting outside of our country to enter legally. What legalization before enforcement communicates is that if you want to come to America, don't play by the rules. It takes too long. Instead, find a way to sneak in and wait for the next round of amnesty. Well, before we can get to the point of talking about what a path to legalization might look like, as a country, we first need to be at the place where we can, 1, confirm that our borders are secure, 2, know when people have overstayed their visas, and 3, have a system in place where employment is limited to those who played by the rules. Mr. President, once you have these tools in place, then we can look at a path to legalization. The bill before us today is legalization first and enforcement second. That's a promise that the American people have heard before. Mr. President, last week I spoke several times on an amendment that I had offered to this legislation on a border fence, which at the time was voted down by a majority in the Senate. Now, I would prefer if we lived in a world where a border fence was not necessary, but unfortunately we don't. Now, when I introduced that amendment, I was surprised to learn from some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that in their view, it was a waste of money and unnecessary. In fact, one of my colleagues even called it a dumb fence. Yet the substitute amendment agreed to this week now calls for 700 miles of fencing along the southern border. With this new compromise, instead of the fence being a bad idea, now all of a sudden, and I guess it's not unlike some of the evolutions that occur around here, it's become a good idea. While I appreciate that my colleagues now realize that additional fencing is a key component of border security, I'd like to make clear that this 700 miles of fencing is not a trigger that is a precursor to legalization. The amendment agreed to in the Senate is still legalization first and the promise of border security down the road. What the amendment that I offered called for was 350 miles of fence to be completed prior to RPI status being granted. That would have meant another border security first, then legalization. Additionally, I had proposed a double-layered fence to prohibit pedestrian traffic, which is different than the single-layer fence in the current legislation. It would be insincere to claim we want to discourage illegal immigration and yet have a border that anyone can walk across in some places without even knowing that a border has been crossed. No border fence will ever be 100% effective. We know that. But a physical barrier, along with increased use of technology, will stem the flow of pedestrian traffic. On the few sections of our border where a double-layered fence is already in place, this is verifiably the case. Mr. President, another provision that's being touted as part of the compromise amendment to this legislation is the inclusion of 20,000 additional Border Patrol agents to secure our southern border. Prior to this compromise, our colleague from Texas, Senator Cornyn, was criticized for proposing 10,000 new agents. I heard people get up here down on the floor and say, oh, we can't have that. How are we going to pay for it? You know, we don't have the money to pay for this in the bill. Now the increase of 20,000, double the number proposed by the senator from Texas, is being defended and even celebrated by my colleagues who were criticizing the increase only a week ago. Well, I'm still not sure how these additional Border Patrol agents will be paid for, nor am I sure how Customs and Border Patrol will be able to double in size in a short period of time. And in fact, I want to point out, Mr. President, that those who are proposing this, and again, when this thing was originally proposed, the underlying bill had about $8.3 billion in it for infrastructure and other things that were called for in the bill. But adding 20,000 now Border Patrol agents and all the other spending in the bill has driven the cost of this up from about $8.3 billion, which was going to be paid for in the form of fees, to now about $50 billion in costs. And the argument is, well, that's okay because it's going to be paid for. The CBO has said this is going to generate a surplus over the next 20 years. Well, how was that surplus? How did they come up with that estimate? Well, of course, first of all, it is a payroll tax number. They're taking an assumption that people who come here are going to start paying payroll taxes into the Social Security Trust Fund and to the Medicare Trust Fund. All probably fair assumptions. But the only thing about that, Mr. President, is when those payroll taxes come into those trust funds, at some point their assumption is they're going to be paid out in the form of benefits. And so they took payroll tax surpluses and counted those as the way in which they would pay for the spending in the bill. But if you actually look at what the CBO said, if you take out those Social Security and Medicare trust fund surpluses, the general fund, or I guess you would say excluding the FICA payroll tax surpluses amount on this, is a $70 billion deficit. Now, if you back out Medicare, it's only $14 billion on-budget deficit, but it's still a deficit under the bill. So to suggest that this is all going to be paid for by savings that are going to occur because of additional payroll taxes misses the point that those are payroll taxes that go into those trust funds on the assumption that they're going to pay benefits at some point in the future. These are temporary savings. These are not savings that you can count. And in fact, when you do the on-budget analysis of this, you come up, again, with a deficit of $14 billion. And if you take out the Medicare surplus, payroll tax surplus, you end up with a $70 billion deficit. And so while I appreciate, again, the work of my colleagues, Mr. President, to improve the bill, the final product is still legalization first and promises of a border security down the road. The drafters of the legislation could point to many specifics that they hope to see in place. But these promises of additional fencing, E-Verify, electronic exit-entry, or entry-exit, and more Border Patrol agents could be years away, if they happen at all. There are virtually no border security or interior enforcement border security measures in place prior to the initial legalization of 12 million undocumented workers. I would like to see a border security package that brings real border security prior to legalization. Unfortunately, this bill is not it. Mr. President, we're a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. And it is important that these laws are respected and enforced in accordance with the Constitution and with respect to our immigrant heritage. We must have an immigration system that rewards those who play by the rules and come to the United States through legal means. And in considering changes to our laws, we need to promote and reward lawful behavior rather than providing incentives that would encourage even more illegal immigration. In 1986, Congress passed the Immigration Reform and Control Act, offering amnesty to roughly 3 million people. Today, the population of illegal immigrants in the United States is estimated to be around 12 million. Did the 1986 amnesty legislation solve the problem? No, it did not. Yet today, here we are again, proposing a very similar package which repeats the same mistakes made in the past. Mr. President, lawful immigration makes our communities, our economy, and our country stronger. Our current immigration system needs to be fixed in a manner that continues America's great heritage as a nation of immigrants. Unfortunately, as this bill currently stands, it will not solve the problem. And unless we see changes that emphasize border security and the rule of law before legalization, I won't be able to support this bill. And that's not because, Mr. President, I oppose immigration reform. It is because this is not a piece of legislation that will help our country in the long run. This legislation will provide instant legalization, leaving in place many of the same problems which led to this situation, while exacerbating still others. I filed an amendment that would take many of the triggers being touted as part of this latest substitute amendment and make them pre-legalization. If this amendment were to be accepted, the bill would become enforcement first and legalization later. Now, we may not get to the point in the Senate where that type of change is going to be considered, and it sounds like as we wind up this debate and sort of move toward the finish line in terms of final passage, that additional amendments are probably unlikely to be considered, which is unfortunate because we've got lots of colleagues, as was talked about earlier, who have lots of good ideas that would improve and strengthen this bill. We're not going to have the opportunity to have those amendments debated or voted on. But I'm hopeful that as this bill, when it moves out of the Senate sometime tomorrow, Mr. President, when it gets to the House of Representatives, it will be strengthened in ways that I could support. It is time that we keep our promises to the American people by securing our borders as we seek to reform our immigration system. And I hope, Mr. President, that before this is all said and done and this process reaches the final finish line, which would be the President's desk, that it has the right types of enforcement in here that puts border security first and that addresses what I think are the broken promises that have been made to the American people too many times in the past and assures them once and for all that we are serious about the issue of enforcement, about the issue of border security, and that the past promises and the assurance that have been given in the past aren't all empty rhetoric and hollow talk, that they really mean something. We can do that. Unfortunately, this bill fails to get that job done. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I know that many of my colleagues here are very talented attorneys. I'm reminded of the adage that when you're a lawyer, if you have the law on your side, you argue the law. If you have the facts on your side, you argue the facts. But if you neither have the law nor the facts on your side, you bang on the table and you create a diversion. Well, what I've heard a lot about here today is clearly a diversion, because it is not either the law that we are promoting nor the facts, which seem to be pretty stubborn, but sometimes for people in this chamber, I guess the facts are not an impediment towards their arguments. So let me try to get to what this law really is and what the facts really are. You know, my colleague from Alabama, Senator Sessions, he likes to whip out the phrase welfare benefits. Well, we have not, let's make it clear to the American people, we have not permitted welfare benefits for anyone under existing law, for anyone who is undocumented in this country. And we extend that and actually, to some degree, enlarge it in this law that we are promoting. So to throw that out carelessly, to suggest, oh, there are welfare benefits. There are no welfare benefits. Existing law stops welfare benefits for anyone who's undocumented in the country, and we extend it in this law. And I really must say I am chagrined when I hear my colleagues speak about certain Americans who are part of civil society, part of our civic fabric, part of national organizations like La Raza, and somehow be spoken of as if they're second-class citizens when I should bend at the altar of some others that Senator Sessions believes somehow are superior. They have every right as a United States citizen to voice their opinions about what our government should do in this question of immigration reform. And I really don't care for the categorization of people who are engaged, and ordinary citizens of this country, to be treated as if they were some second-class citizen. Then only in Washington could you hear an argument that somehow public safety will be, quote, endangered as a result of this legislation? Where's the chart on border? 20,000 additional border agents, more resources going to immigration enforcement than all other federal criminal enforcement agencies. More money. And that creates greater endangerment of the public safety. 20,000 more Border Patrol agents somehow make the nation less secure? Only in Washington. Only in Washington could some of the detractors of this legislation suggest that 20,000 additional border agents, doubling the Border Patrol, makes us less secure. Only in Washington could 700 miles of fencing make the nation less secure. Only in Washington could the suggestion that an entrance-exit visa program to check who is coming in and making sure they leave, or else if not they can be pursued, is making us less secure. Only in Washington could you think about a mandatory universal E-Verify program that has been enhanced under this legislation, that makes the public less secure. Only in Washington. Only in Washington. And this, from some of the very voices that for so long have said, we need more Border Patrol agents, we need more fencing, and when they finally get the Border Patrol agents, and they get the fencing, and they get the E-Verify system nationally mandated, so everybody who gets a job and seeks to get a job is going to have to go through the system. When we have an entrance-exit visa program that is going to be implemented, only even though they get that, they still say, oh no, it's either not what we wanted or it's not enough. And triggers, my God, personally, from my perspective, we're trigger happy in this bill. We've got more triggers in this bill than I've seen in virtually any other legislation. We've got, I believe, up to 5 triggers now. 5 triggers that have to be pulled, meaning that they have to be achieved before we can move forward to citizenship. That's a pretty significant period of time. Now, this suggestion about costs, well, this is one of the elements of where facts are a stubborn thing to overcome. Truth crushed to the ground still springs back up. So what does it say? Well, let's start off with what it says about the deficit. Now, this isn't me saying it as a proponent of the bill, as the Gang of 8. This is what the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan entity of the Congress that both Democrats and Republicans rely on for an analysis of whether a piece of legislation will cost money, what's its economic benefit, what's its economic impact, or what are the consequences of it, came to their own independent conclusion. And they said that the gross domestic product would ultimately, let's see, get the right chart here, that the gross domestic product would ultimately grow by 3.3% in the first 10 years after enactment. Now, what does that mean? That means all of the output of this nation, that gross domestic product, would grow dramatically. When we see growth of that additional rate, it means that every American prospers as a result of it. And then it went on to say that an additional 5.4% of gross domestic product increase would exist in the second 10 years. That means even greater growth, which means greater opportunities for all Americans here at home. That means that the bipartisan immigration reform we've been debating in the Senate will actually grow our economy, not harm it, as some of the most ardent opponents have tried to argue. I've been saying that as well as many others all along. What else did the Congressional Budget Office tell us? It told us that on the deficit, we're going to reduce the deficit. We're going to reduce the deficit by, I think I got the wrong chart here, let me look. Okay. It's going to reduce, this is actually taxes paid, but we had a chart, but basically here's what it says. It's going to reduce the deficit by $197 billion over the first 10 years. $197 billion over the first 10 years. An additional $700 billion over the second 10 years. That's $900 billion of deficit reduction, nearly $1 trillion of deficit reduction as a result of this legislation. Deficit reduction that is critical for the nation's economic growth, prosperity, and to make sure the next generation don't bear that burden. That's what we get, according to the Congressional Budget Office, from achieving passage of this legislation and ultimately moving it into law. And then the report went on to say that revenue will come in a whole host of ways, in payroll taxes, in income taxes, fees, fines, estimated to be about $459 billion in the first 10 years, $1.5 trillion in the second 10 years. And it also found that there were fewer unauthorized individuals coming into the U.S. under the bill. Now, yes, one of the things that it said was that to the extent that the CBO said, well, there will be those who we are concerned that will overstay future visas. Well, two things on that score. That's the one point that my colleagues have used consistently. Number one is, which visas are they talking about? They're talking about the visas that our Republican colleagues have largely championed for business in this country and want to see grow, and some have amendments to grow it even more. Those are the visas that CBO talked about, ultimately having the concern that people may overstay, and that's where the entrance-exit visa program is so important to ensure that that doesn't happen. But it's ironic, again, how you can argue all sides here when you're just against, because if you look at what CBO said that it was the overstay, the potential overstay of those new visas, the growth of those visas, that would be the issue. But that's why this employment verification system and the entrance-exit visa program is so important. The bottom line of the Congressional Budget Office report is pretty clear. It tells us that 11 million people living in fear in the shadows are not, as some would have us believe, part of America's problem, but bringing them out of the shadows is actually part of our solution. It is a key to economic growth, and immigration reform also, according to their views, will help save Social Security and Medicare trust funds. These are all, in so many ways, so incredibly important. Now, I heard the suggestion that somehow this will create challenges on the questions of wages. Well, as I listened to some of my colleagues make their remarks about the CBO's reports on wages, I don't think the numbers say what they believe it says. They were talking about how American families' wages would go down, and the case. In fact, Ezra Klein wrote in the Washington Post that the idea immigration would lower wages of already working Americans is, quote, actually a bit misleading. As for folks already here, the Congressional Budget Office is careful to note that their estimates, quote, do not necessarily imply that current U.S. residents would be worse off in the first 10 years. And in the second 10 years, they actually estimate that the average American wages will actually rise as a result of immigration reform to the tune of about $470 billion. An average annual increase in jobs of 121,000 per year for 10 years. That's 1.2 million additional jobs to the United States. It's $470 billion in increased wages of all Americans. Truth is a stubborn thing. Crush it to the ground, it springs back up. Now, in addition to that, I have to remind my colleagues as they come closer to having to cast a vote, and I hear, some voices say, oh, I would be open to vote for the bill if this or that. Well, look, immigrants constituted 12% of the population in the year 2000, but they accounted for 26% of the Nobel Prize winners that are based in the United States. 12% of the population immigrants, 26% Nobel Prize winners. They made up 25% of public venture-backed companies that started between 1990 and 2005. The fact is that immigrants receive patents in our country at twice the rate of native-born populations. So the bill's overall effect on the overall economy is unambiguously positive. And you can try to distort it any way you want, but that is simply not the case. Now, that's the economic benefits to refute some of the things I've heard here. Wages go up for all Americans, jobs get increased, GDP growth takes place, the deficit is reduced. How many things will we do in the Senate that can bring all of those elements together? Maybe some pieces of legislation might be about job growth. Maybe some pieces of legislation might be about GDP growth. Maybe some pieces of legislation might be about how do we reduce our deficit. But what singular piece of legislation, according to the Congressional Budget Office, brings all of those elements together? I would suggest not one that I've seen here in the last 7 years. Now, I know there's a lot of thrashing and gnashing, part of that banging on the table. So, because when you don't have the law on your side and when you don't have the facts on your side, you create a diversion. A lot of crocodile tears here about the question of amendments. Let me just say, first of all, this whole process began with a bipartisan group of senators who had input from their colleagues. They did not, in and of themselves, the Gang of Eight, just say, this is my view of what needs to be done. They went back to their caucuses. They asked, what is it necessary? What are the foundations? What are the principles that you need? And there was a lot of input during that whole period of time. I constantly heard from my 4 Republican colleagues of the Gang of Eight how they had spoken to X or Y senator and how they believed that this was necessary and what were some of the essential elements. And those got incorporated through the process. They got incorporated through the process in which the legislation was ultimately devised and put forward. They got incorporated, unlike the 2007 bill that has been referred to here by several of my colleagues in the past. The 2007 bill on immigration did not go through the Judiciary Committee's process. Didn't go through the Judiciary Committee's process. This bill did. It went through that regular order. Over 212 amendments were considered. Over 136 amendments were accepted. 43 Republican amendments were adopted. And all but 3 on those 212 votes, from what I understand, all but 3 were bipartisan votes. Then, so we had 136 changes to the law that the Gang of Eight proposed. And then we came to the floor, and what happened in the floor? Well, this bill, which has been on the floor for 20 days, it didn't just pop up. It's been on the floor for 20 days. That's nearly 3 weeks of Senate floor time. Well, what happened at the beginning? That every time there was an effort to offer unanimous consensus on the question of amendments, there were objections by the other side. Objections against amendments of their own members, because those who oppose this legislation, no matter what, did not want to give members their opportunity for a vote on their side, because they believe if their amendments were adopted, they would agree to vote for the bill because they had made the improvement that they sought to an underlying bill that they otherwise could support, but with the change they were offering. So strategically, they decided not to allow their members to ultimately have amendments because they were afraid that they would join in the growing cadre of members here who are supporting the bill. It wasn't about who gets to pick or choose amendments. It was a strategic decision, and that took the better part of the first 2 weeks. We did have 9 amendments. Overwhelmingly, they were Republican. And then we had the Corker-Hoven amendment, which, of course, did the most dramatic, significant impact on border security. But in that amendment, there were an additional 9 amendments that were included in Corker-Hoven. All of them, I understand, were Republican. And we would have had a 10th amendment because I understand, as has been said here, that, and I was asked as part of the gang, hey, can you accept this? And, you know, the Portman amendment on E-Verify would have been part of that package. And we wouldn't be debating about whether that's here or not. It would have been part of that package. And then we had an offer by the majority leader of 17 additional Republican amendments, and that was rejected. And a whole host of those amendments were from some of the most ardent opponents of this legislation. So, you know, this thrashing and gnashing about, you know, process. Look, I understand if one doesn't want to get to a final judgment and you want to do everything possible not to get there. You want to do everything possible not to see the legislation move forward because you fundamentally disagree. And let's be honest. Let me make my final point. There is a universe of our colleagues in which no pathway to citizenship would ever be accepted. Now, that's the unsaid elephant in the room. But there is a universe of our colleagues. As a matter of fact, some of them are more overt about it. They show it by virtue of even some of the amendments they wanted to offer, in which there would be no pathway to citizenship whatsoever. Trigger, no trigger, any set of circumstances. So we've seen the consequences of that in Europe. The consequences of that is that you create unrest in a community. It's not okay to exploit 10 or 11 million people and not let them have the chance to make themselves right and earn their way into citizenship in the United States. It's not okay to say there can never be a pathway to citizenship when they're the ones who are bending their backs over, picking up the crops that you and I get to eat every day for dinner or for breakfast. It's not okay to have that immigrant who is taking care of your loved one with a tender heart and warm hand to their daily necessities and say they can never get a pathway to citizenship. It is not okay to have had chicken for dinner tonight and not understand that that is from the cut-up hands of an immigrant worker. And it is not okay to say that the country is somehow less secure by virtue of what we are doing here. I've said it many times. I don't know who is here to pursue the American dream versus who might be here to do it harm unless I bring people out of the shadows into the light, go through a criminal background check. You got to pass the background check. If you don't, you get deported right away. If you do, then you have an opportunity to earn your way after a decade in this country towards permanent residency and then later on to U.S. citizenship. So let's say it as it is. You don't want a pathway to citizenship, then stand up in the chamber and make your case. You just don't want a pathway to citizenship under any set of circumstances. You have the right to have that opinion. I'd strongly disagree with you, but don't hide behind under procedures and amendments. Tell me what legislation that has come before the floor grows GDP in our country, grows jobs in our country, increases wages of all Americans, and reduces the debt by nearly $1 trillion. I haven't seen it. That's what the opportunity is before the Senate. That's why no diversion will ultimately sell with the American people. In poll after poll, in poll after poll after poll across the landscape of this country, Americans have said across the political spectrum, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, they want to see our broken system fixed. And when the elements of this legislation, all of its elements, have been tested, they have overwhelmingly won support. And that's why I am proud of our colleagues, both Democrat and Republican, who have chosen to finally tackle a tough challenge and actually do something to fix this problem and to show America that this institution can actually work. That's the other side benefit of everything I've just talked about in terms of economic, of security, of promoting our future, of creating greater jobs, of creating growth and prosperity, of having the best and brightest in the world be able to help us continue to be a global economic leader. And that's that the Senate can actually function. And that's the opportunity before us. Fixing our broken immigration system, showing this institution can function in a bipartisan process, and ultimately preserving our legacy as a nation of immigrants. That is the greatest, I always say that the greatest experiment in the history of mankind is the United States, greatest country on the face of the world. Part of American exceptionalism is that experiment that we have had. We've brought from different lands, different people. They have contributed enormously to this country. And tomorrow, I hope to show a series of Americans who we have proudly held up as examples of greatness, who in fact would not be here today, but for the opportunities, sometimes under a legal immigration system and sometimes
not through a legal immigration system, who have served this country greatly, who we admire, and at the end of the day, we show as examples to our children of what you can do for your country, what you can achieve for your nation, and models to hold up to. I can't wait to share that with the rest of my colleagues in the Senate. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I'm going to begin my comments here, but I am told by the Majority Leader that he may come in and want to do wrap-up, and I'm perfectly comfortable with him interrupting me if he does get to the floor to do that. Mr. President, I rise today to speak briefly on the full bill before the Senate, and more extensively on a section of this bill that I've been working on diligently to improve. I first of all want to commend the authors of this bill. I've been through complex legislation before, and this is a very complex issue. And I know how hard the so-called Gang of Eight has worked, and you can't please everybody in any complex piece of legislation. But I think they have done a very credible job of putting together a piece of legislation that at least we could get to the floor for debate. I think having this bill on the floor is causing us to have a very important debate that is long overdue. We all know our immigration system is broken and we need to fix it. However, I am disappointed that we have not been able to have a full and open debate on potential solutions to fix the system. I have stated publicly that I have serious concerns with several provisions in the bill, including some related to border security triggers, interior enforcement, and the program designed to address our agricultural labor workforce. And that last topic, agricultural labor, is what I want to spend the majority of my time on tonight discussing. But before I focus on the ag piece of this bill, I just have to say that I am terribly disappointed and frustrated at the way this bill has played out. I'm about to talk for several minutes or so straightforward common sense amendments to the agriculture portion of the bill. I've been working on ag immigration reform for nearly all of my time in Congress, both in the House and in the Senate. That's a total of going on 19 years. This is an issue that I care deeply about because I come from the heart of ag country in South Georgia. But guess what? I'm not going to have a chance to vote on any of my amendments, not because they are poison pill amendments. They're not. Not because many of my colleagues don't agree with the changes that I'm suggesting. Many actually do. It's because the sanctity of a deal has been given precedence over sound policy. And let me say that again. The sanctity of a deal is being given higher priority over sound policy. Now, I'm not on the Judiciary Committee, and the chairman of the Judiciary Committee was down here a little earlier talking about everybody had the opportunity in the committee to file amendments. They had over 300 or so, and that's well and good. And I am glad this bill went through regular order. I wish every bill that came to the floor of this Senate would go through that same regular order. But I'm also not a member of the Gang of Eight, so I have not had the opportunity to have input on this bill. Nevertheless, I reached out in a constructive way to various folks to try to make some changes to the bill. And I particularly want to thank my colleagues, Senator Graham, Senator Rubio, Senator Bennett, and Senator Schumer, and their staffs for working tirelessly and in good faith with me to try to make some improvements to the bill. I thought we were making progress, and I think actually we did. But now I understand that one or two members who want to prevent that this bill from happening, and so I am not going to be given the opportunity to have my amendments called up. But what I can do and what I will do is highlight to my colleagues here and to my friends in the House of Representatives who may or may not take up this issue, the problems I see with the ag portion of this bill. The agriculture portion of this bill has not been discussed extensively here on the floor, but it is vitally important to all Americans. Farmers and ranchers in the United States produce the highest quality food and fiber in the world. The continued safety of the agricultural goods produced in the United States is an issue not just of convenience, but of national security. Due to the importance of food safety, it is critical to know who is handling our nation's food supply and who is working on our nation's farms and ranches. Additionally, if our farmers and ranchers cannot access a stable and legal workforce, they will be forced to downsize or eliminate their U.S. operations, and that is happening today. This leads to more of the food we eat being imported from other countries, and I want to make sure that we do everything we can from a policy standpoint to keep that food and fiber production right here in the United States. Today, the majority of immigrant agricultural workers are undocumented. We need both secure borders and put in place an immigration system that allows those who seek to come to the United States to work in the diverse sectors of the agricultural industry to do so legally. H-2A is the current Ag Guest Worker Program in force in the United States today. And I've been working on H-2A reform since I came to Congress, not only because Georgia's farmers are among the largest users of the program, but because it is clear to me that the current program is cumbersome and difficult to use as well as expensive. My colleagues who drafted this bill have included many reforms to the Agricultural Guest Worker Program, and several of these reforms do take a needed step in the right direction. However, there are several areas that remain troublesome to me, and so I am proposing amendments to address some specific areas.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
If I could ask through the chair to my friend from Georgia, if I could do the closing script, take about 2-3 minutes.
Certainly.
And I would ask unanimous consent that the statement of the senator from Georgia not appear interrupted in the record.
Without objection.
And I appreciate his courtesy very much. I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22 at 11:30 tomorrow morning, June 27th, the Senate proceed to executive session to consider Calendar 179, Anthony Fox to be Secretary of Transportation, that there be 2 minutes for debate, equally divided in the usual form. Following the use reading back at that time, the Senate proceed to vote with no intervening action or debate on the nomination. Motion reconsider be considered made and laid on the table. There be no intervening action or debate. No further motion be in order. That any related statements be printed in the record, and that President Obama be immediately notified of sense action. The Senate then will resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that tomorrow, June 27th, upon disposition of the Fox nomination and the resumption of legislative session, all post-cloture time be considered expired. With respect to the committee report amendment as amended, that the pending amendments to the underlying bill be withdrawn, and I be recognized for the purpose of raising points of order against the remaining pending amendments to the substitute amendment. That after the amendments fall, the Senate proceed to vote on the adoption of the committee report and substitute amendment as amended, and upon disposition of the committee report and substitute amendment, the Senate proceed to vote on the motion and vote cloture on S 744 as amended. Finally, if cloture is invoked, be considered as if cloture had been invoked at 7 a.m. Thursday, June 27th.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I ask consent. Are we in a period of morning business now?
No, we're on S-744.
I ask consent that we proceed to a period of morning business and is allowed to speak for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask consent that the Senate proceed to calendar number 93, S-Res 144.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 93, S-Res 144, concerning the ongoing conflict in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask that the committee report a substitute amendment be agreed to, a resolution as amended be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion reconsider be considered made and laid on the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I now ask we proceed to calendar 96, S-Res 166.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 96, S-Res 166, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motion reconsider be considered made and laid on the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I now ask consent, Mr. President, we proceed to S-Res 187.
Clerk will report.
S-Res 187, congratulating the Chicago Blackhawks on winning the 2013 Stanley Cup.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motion to reconsider be laid on the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I now ask, Mr. President, we proceed to S-Res 188.
Clerk will report.
S-Res 188, recognizing June 30th, 2013 as a centennial of the Lincoln Highway and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motion reconsider be laid on the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask consent we now move to S-Res 189.
Clerk will report.
S-Res 189, relative to the death of the Honorable William Dodd Hathaway, former United States Senator for the state of Maine.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motion reconsider be laid on the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask consent that the Senate, when it completes its business today, adjourn until 9:30 a.m. Thursday, June 27th, following the prayer and pledge, the Marie R. be deemed expired. Journal proceedings be approved to date. Time for the two leaders be reserved for use later in the day. Following any leader remarks, the Senate resume consideration of S-744, the Comprehensive Immigration Bill, and the time until 11:30 be equally divided and controlled between the two managers or the designees, with senators permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes each.
Is there objection? Without objection.
So there'll be 3 roll call votes at about 11:30 tomorrow on confirmation of Fox for Secretary of Transportation, and on adoption of the committee report as substitute amendment, and on cloture on S-744, the Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill. So, Mr. President, following the statement of Senator Chambliss for 15 more minutes, Senator Sessions for 10 minutes, I ask that adjourn under the provisions of S-Res 189 as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Senator Hathaway of Maine.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Would the
Senator from Alabama.
Majority Leader agreed at 30 minutes for me before we close up. I thank the Majority Leader. He's always courteous.
Without objection. The request as modified is agreed. The Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I know that the section of this bill focused on agriculture represents a delicate political balance, but we have a responsibility to enact smart policy. And we also have a rare opportunity to replace the cumbersome and largely unworkable H-2A program with something that will truly address the needs of those in agriculture all across the country while ensuring that no American workers are displaced. We also need to ensure that we do not give those undocumented aliens working in one sector of our economy a vast preference over the rest of the illegal population in terms of the pathway to citizenship. Before I talk about my amendments, I just want to give members of the Senate an understanding of how the agriculture piece of this bill is set up. The ag portion of this bill puts in place a blue card program to transition illegal aliens who have worked in agriculture to lawful permanent resident status. It also creates a new ag guest worker program to replace the current H-2A program. The blue card program is open to anyone who has worked in agriculture for 575 hours or 100 work days over the 2-year period of 2010 to 2012. Now, let me say that again. If you work for 575 hours or 100 work days out of the 730-day period of 2010 to 2012, you qualify for a blue card, provided you did that work in agriculture. Now, frankly, to me, that is a very low threshold. Now, the general undocumented population covered by the RPI program, which is in the base bill, has to prove that they meet the requirements to gain RPI status by a preponderance of the evidence standard of proof. However, for the Blue Card program, that undocumented alien only has to prove they worked that very minimal amount in agriculture by the standard of proof called just and reasonable inference. There is no interview required and no way to really verify that the person applying for the Blue Card status actually worked in agriculture. I mean, someone who lives in an area where agricultural work is performed and is evidence of their residence in that area could get a Blue Card by showing proof of residence and saying they were paid in cash in their agricultural job. I'm afraid the lax standards set up by the bill to qualify for the Blue Card program will lead to an influx of illegal aliens that worked a minimal amount in agriculture or never even worked in ag at all to qualify for the program, sending more folks than we need in the ag sector to those jobs. Now, you might say, why in the world would anyone choose to qualify for the Blue Card program since agricultural work is widely viewed as some of the toughest work around and the most demanding work? Well, the answer is pretty simple. It's because the Blue Card program is a faster, cheaper, easier way to a green card than the RPI program for other undocumented aliens in the base bill. While the RPI program doesn't allow illegal aliens to get a green card for at least 10 years, under the Blue Card program, if you're an agricultural worker, you can get a green card in 5 years. While the RPI program doesn't allow green cards to be issued until certain border triggers are met, the Blue Card program doesn't require those aliens to wait on that border security piece. Thirdly, while the RPI program costs a $2,000 fine in addition to processing fees, the Blue Card program has a cost of $500. The theory behind the Blue Card program is to incentivize this undocumented population to work in agriculture because it is a critical industry that traditionally has not attracted many American workers. However, the way the bill is written, there are very minimal ag work requirements. Now, you have to keep in mind that once an alien gets a Blue Card, they are authorized to work in any job in the United States. They have to meet the minimum work requirements in an agricultural occupation, but otherwise they are free to take any other job in America and are treated as a U.S. worker for hiring purposes. So what are these work requirements to go through the Blue Card program and to get a green card? Well, there are two tracks. The illegal alien can work at least 100 days a year in an agricultural operation for 5 years, or the alien can work 150 days per year for 3 years. Either way, the alien gets that green card in 5 years. Even the accelerated track requires the alien to work less than half the year in agriculture. While the alien can work in any other job in the United States, he or she doesn't have to. So in theory, a Blue Card holder could work 100 days per year for 5 years in agriculture and be totally unemployed the remainder of the year and still get a green card in 5 years and still have legal residence inside the United States. Likewise, the alien could work 150 days per year for 3 years and be totally unemployed the remainder of the time and still get a green card in 5 years. That just doesn't seem right, especially when the RPI population is not allowed to be without a job for more than 60 consecutive days. Clearly, the agricultural worker is getting a vast preference over the RPI undocumented workers. Because of the way the Blue Card program is set up, I'm afraid we are providing too strong an incentive for people who did very minimal or even no work in agriculture to access the program, and that we'll end up with more ag workers than we need. Then, because the work requirements are so low, once folks get the Blue Card, they'll perform the minimal amount of work required and move on to a different job. And we'll leave those farmers and ranchers in the lurch with an unstable workforce. Because remember, these blue card folks are treated as U.S. citizens for hiring purposes. The other aspect of this that really concerns me is, and we know this to be a fact because we saw it happen after the 1986 amnesty program under Ronald Reagan, and that is that once these individuals who are working in agriculture get that green card, which allows them to permanently stay in the United States, they're out of agriculture. They're going to leave the farm, and they're going to go to work in construction or some other industry someplace in America where the working conditions are better and maybe even the pay is better. It's going to happen because we know history tells us it's going to happen. Some of my amendments are aimed at tightening up the blue card program to ensure that only those folks who truly work in agriculture are using the program. The fact of the matter is, I want those experienced agriculture workers to stay in agriculture, and I'm also providing them some incentives to do so, and the base bill here just went way too far in the other direction. The first amendment I'll discuss tightens the requirements to obtain the blue card. It raises the standard of proof to verify that you actually work those very minimal qualifying hours in agriculture to qualify for the blue card program to what it is for the RPI population, i.e., a preponderance of the evidence. As I mentioned before, the standard in the base bill is just and reasonable inference. Someone has to be able to prove by just and reasonable inference that they performed over 2 months of agricultural work over a 2-year period of time in order to get into the blue card program. I think that standard leaves the program susceptible to all kinds of fraud. However, I understand that there are concerns by some that due to the nature of an undocumented work in agriculture, it will be difficult for them to garner the necessary evidence of work history to access the program, even though the bill protects employers from liability for having employed illegal workers. At any rate, because there is that concern, my amendment provides that for those who truly worked in agriculture but cannot meet that standard because of the nature of an undocumented workforce, they don't have that evidence, those folks have the opportunity to sit down and do an interview with the appropriate agency officials and prove to them face-to-face that they did work in agriculture as a matter of just and reasonable inference. If they can do that through the interview process, then they can get into the blue card program. This amendment will eliminate most of the potential for fraud for the blue card program and is simply a very common sense amendment. The second amendment I'll mention tightens up the work requirements to maintain the blue card and eventually transition to a green card. Instead of allowing 100 work days for 5 years or 150 work days for 3 years to get a green card, my amendment says that you must work 180 days for each of the 5 years in order to qualify for the green card. If you're going to be put on this preferential pathway to a green card, I think you ought to be able to work at least half the year in agriculture. Now, I don't think that's too onerous. 6 months of work per year for 5 years. Now, some will argue that some agricultural work is only a few weeks per year, and so 6 months out of work per year is too much to require. To that, I would say if a worker is only performing 3 or 4 weeks of ag work per year, then maybe this blue card path is not the best path for them. Perhaps they are better off seeking the RPI pathway to citizenship. I mean, we are talking about a preferential pathway to citizenship for a half a year of ag work per year under my amendment with no other work requirement. I don't think this is too much to ask, and I think that many people will still be able to maintain their blue card status with no problem. The third amendment I have filed has to do with just how preferential that pathway to citizenship is for the blue card workers. The current bill says that regardless of any border security triggers being met, an unlimited number of blue card workers will be issued green cards in 5 years. Those folks who qualify under the RPI section of the bill they can't start the green card process until 10 years after enactment and certain border triggers are met. I think that stretching that timeline for the blue card workers, who, remember, are authorized to work in any job in the United States, to 7 years rather than 5 years is more than reasonable and is still a preferential pathway to citizenship. The Fourth Amendment dealing with the Blue Card program deals with the fines for the Blue Card program, and again, this goes to how much more attractive the Blue Card program is as compared to the RPI program. The bill as written requires folks on the RPI program to pay fines totaling $2,000 in order to get a pathway to citizenship. However, those on the Blue Card program are only required to pay fines totaling $500. Just $500 for this faster and easier pathway to citizenship. Mr. President, that's just not right. I understand that these agriculture workers don't have a lot of money, and so I'm not asking to raise it to the same level as the RPI group. However, I think the fine should be significant. My amendment would increase that total Blue Card fine to $1,000, which is double of what it is in the underlying bill, but still half of what it costs the RPI folks. The final amendment I filed relative to the Blue Card program should be totally non-controversial. It has to do with previous H-2A workers who want to participate in the Blue Card program. There's a provision in the underlying bill, which I agree with, that allows those former H-2A workers who meet the Blue Card work requirements to apply for a Blue Card and participate in the Blue Card program, even if they are not currently in the country. I think this is the right policy because many H-2A employers have been using the same workers for many years through this legal guest worker program, and I don't think we should punish them for having done the right thing in the past. What this amendment does is simply add language that clarifies that the agencies involved in administering the Blue Card program need to promulgate regulations that will allow those former H-2A workers to make their application from outside the country. So in summary, I have 5 amendments to this bill relative to the Blue Card program, and several of these are really smell test amendments, because without them, I think it is difficult for this Blue Card program to pass the smell test. I also have a series of amendments aimed at improving the new agricultural guest worker program set up by this bill, which is called the W-2, W-3 program. It is imperative that we as policymakers get this program right. If history is any indication, we make reforms to our immigration laws once every 20 to 30 years. We have to make sure that the guest worker program put in place by this bill is practical in its implementation and can be used by our farmers and ranchers, because as these Blue Card workers leave agriculture, and we know they will, we have to make sure that there is a stable and legal workforce available in those instances when U.S. workers cannot be found. I've said it before and I'll say it again now that I think this new guest worker program takes a step in the right direction. But I do have a few amendments to improve it that I will talk about now briefly. The first amendment has to do with wages. The underlying bill sets a national minimum wage for each of 6 different agricultural jobs categories for the years 2014 to 2016. The wages for each category will automatically increase anywhere from 1.5% to 2.5% each year forever. I have several issues with this wage section, like the fact that a national wage does not reflect very real regional differences in cost of living, or the fact that the wages do not seem to be based on any survey data. But I know how hot of an issue this wage section is, so in an effort to be abundantly reasonable in how I propose to alter the bill, the main fix I'm looking to make is to the number of wage categories. I think we can all agree that some agricultural jobs require a more skilled or experienced worker than others, and my amendment protects that fact. What I am trying to avoid is the bookkeeping nightmare created by these 6 wage categories. Under the categories presented in the base bill, a worker in a packing shed is in a different category than a field worker and is paid at a different rate. And a worker driving a tractor is in a different category and paid at a different rate from the field worker and the packing shed worker. But the reality is, and all of my friends familiar with the day-to-day operation of a farm will agree, the reality is that on any given day on a diversified crop farm, workers will be doing any combination of those 3 jobs. So my amendment collapses those 6 wage categories into 2, a skilled wage and an unskilled wage. And to get those numbers, I simply average the wage data that the Gang of 8 proposed in the underlying bill and use the same job categories that the gang proposed in the bill. My aim is to prevent an employer from having to determine how many hours a guest worker spent in the field versus the packing shed each day as he would have to do under the current bill. The second amendment deals with the issue of liability. If you ask my H-2A users in Georgia what their biggest complaint is with the H-2A program, I will guarantee that all of them will tell you it's liability. Now, let me be clear up front. I do not want to take away any protections that exist for workers. They need that. They deserve it. Nor do I want to prevent a worker with a legitimate grievance from being allowed to pursue that grievance. What I do want to protect against, though, is frivolous lawsuits that can cost a lot of money and waste a lot of time. There are several areas in the bill that I think can be tightened up as it relates to liability. The first area of liability that I think needs to be dealt with and is addressed in my amendment has to do with the mediation. The bill rightly sets up alternative dispute resolution to try to keep some of the complaints outside of the federal courtroom. However, the mediation set up under the bill is not binding. What's the point of providing this alternative dispute resolution if you don't want to make it binding? And my amendment would do just that. The second area of liability I want to talk about that is addressed by my amendment has to do with the Legal Services Corporation. Current law provides that legal services cannot represent an undocumented alien who is not present inside the United States at the time representation occurs. I think that's a good law. The underlying bill, however, eliminates that law and specifically says that legal services can represent a W-2 or W-3 ag guest worker even if they reside outside the United States. Now, we're not talking about U.S. citizens here. We're not even talking about blue card workers. We're talking about future guest workers. I think it leaves open the possibility of frivolous lawsuits being filed from a foreign country, and I simply don't think that is sound policy. There's a final area of liability I am concerned about that has to do with housing. The bill treats those agricultural employers who provide housing under the W-2, W-3 program as they are required to do if they cannot or do not provide a housing allowance, as housing providers under the Migrant and Seasonal Agriculture Worker Protection Act, as it is referred to. And let me tell you what that means. It means that any guest worker who alleges a housing violation, like a broken screen door or a non-working microwave, will be allowed to pursue that grievance through a lawsuit filed in federal court. And believe you me, it happens today. That just doesn't make sense to me, and there should be a right to cure a defect before they have that right to file suit in federal court. There should be a right for the employer to fix any minor or accidental issues with housing, but that's not allowed under the base bill. Now, initially my amendment had language to address this, but at the request of the bill sponsors who told me that was too controversial, I eliminated that piece of my liability amendment. And it's strange to me that this would be controversial, but to some it is. So that is a problem in the bill that I'm not even addressing by this amendment, but I do want to highlight it for my colleagues because I'm telling you This is going to be a real issue if that provision in this bill ever becomes law. And I am hopeful that as this process moves forward, there may be another opportunity to do something to address this in a reasonable way. The third amendment to the guest worker program has to do with the allocation of visas. The current bill allocates the 112,000 W-2 and W-3 visas among the 4 quarters of the year. Now, I understand the intent of the drafters. They didn't want all of the visas to get used by those who will seek visas early in the calendar year and not have any of the visas available for those who don't need workers until later in the year. However, I think a more efficient distribution of visas would be to issue them to all allotments, one on January 1 to accommodate year-round users like dairy and those with a spring crop, and then one on July 1 to accommodate the fall crop. My amendment does just that, and it weights the January 1 allotment to have 70% of the visas because there are those year-round users like poultry processors who will be needing those visas early on. Any unused visas from the January 1 allotment will roll over to the July 1 allotment. The fact of the matter is that crop seasons don't fit squarely into calendar quarters, and I think by changing the timing of the visa allotments, it simply makes more sense. The fourth amendment to the guest worker program I have filed has to do with the wages of former H-2A workers. I commend the drafters for recognizing that we don't need to punish those employers who, to their economic disadvantage, have been using the current H-2A program to ensure they have a legal workforce. They did this by saying that even though blue card workers are treated as U.S. workers under the bill and therefore have to be hired before any guest worker, if you have used an H-2A worker for 3 out of the past 4 years and want that H-2A worker to continue to work for you under the new guest worker program, you can. That former H-2A worker won't be displaced by a blue card worker. However, and this is where I have the problem, if you hire that former H-2A worker under the new guest worker program, you don't pay that worker the wage rate established under the W-2, W-3 program. The bill requires that you pay that former H-2A worker a separate and higher wage rate called the AWER. This is the wage rate that exists under the current H-2A program right now, and it is part of the reason that law is so flawed. This just doesn't make sense. It seems to once again punish those who have been playing by the rules. And the punishment is exacerbated because there's a provision in the bill that says you can't give any preference to guest workers. Now, on its face, that makes sense. But what it actually means is that you have to pay all the workers you hire that AWER rate, and that's just not right. This is a fairly technical concept, so let me give you an example. Say you have Farmer Joe who has been using the H-2A program even though his neighbors have not, and they have hired undocumented illegal aliens and paid a much lower rate. This means that all the years that Farmer Joe has been providing free housing to his workers, paying their transportation costs to his farm, and paying this higher AWER wage rate, which in Georgia this year is $9.78. Meanwhile, those who use a questionably legal workforce have not had to provide housing, have not had to provide transportation, and have only paid minimum wage to their workers. Now, if Farmer Joe uses 100 H-2 workers every year and has 10 critical workers that he would want to make sure he rehired under the new W-2, W-3 program, he can do that. He can hire those 10 guys before he hires any blue card workers. He still has to hire Americans first, but after that he can hire those 10 workers. The rest of his workforce, in all likelihood, will be filled in with blue card workers because there will be so many of them legalized and needing to meet a work requirement. So Farmer Joe will have 10 former H-2A workers and 90 blue card workers. However, under this bill, he'll be forced to pay those former H-2A workers the higher wage rate of the AWR rather than the wage rate set up by the W-2, W-3 program in the underlying bill. And because he can't treat yes workers any better than U.S. workers, and because blue card workers are considered U.S. workers, he'll also have to pay all 90 of the blue card workers the AWR rate also. So my amendment would simply strike that provision so that Farmer Joe will pay the wage rate set up by the W-2, W-3 program. He'll still have to pay all the blue card workers at the W program wage rate, but not the AWR rate. The final amendment I'll discuss is very straightforward. It simply extends the H-2A program for 3 years. The current bill extends H-2A for 1 year, but my amendment would add 2 years to that. While the H-2A program is far from perfect, it does allow employers who need legal workers to get them in a timely manner. Standing up a new program and moving it to a new agency and issuing new regulations to govern the program is a big undertaking, and it is all mandated to be done within within 1 year in the bill. I think H-2A can serve as a safety net in the off chance that there is a bump in the road in getting these new programs propped up. Now, Mr. President, as I said earlier, I'll not have the opportunity to have any of these amendments voted on or even accepted by unanimous consent, and I cannot tell you how much that disappoints me. Any of these changes will take this bill in the right direction from my perspective. The ag portion of this bill is a critical piece of the legislation, and I'm afraid it has been overshadowed by some of the other issues. But we are doing a great disservice to our agricultural community and to all Americans who put food on their tables every night if we don't get this right. And, Mr. President, we are not getting it right in this underlying bill. There is going to be fraud and abuse like we have never seen in the ag guest worker program. And we're going to have folks getting green cards ahead of those who have been standing in line and doing the right thing for years and years and years. And all of a sudden, these workers who now hold a blue card because they came in and said, yeah, I worked in agriculture for 3 months out of the year for Farmer Mac over here, and there's nobody to dispute that. And he says that I have worked the definitive period of time for 3 years, and all of a sudden, at the end of a total of 5 years, he's going to get a green card and an automatic pathway to citizenship. That is just not right. I came to my colleagues in good faith to try to make positive changes to this bill. I come to the floor now to talk about some of those changes. Ultimately, I want what's best for American agriculture. I want to be a constructive part of this debate, and unfortunately, a relative few number of my colleagues are preventing that from happening because none of these amendments are ever going to see the light of day. Mr. President, I would yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
President,
Senator from Alabama.
I want to thank Senator.
Senate's quorum call.
Ask the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I'd like to express my appreciation for Senator Chambliss. This is one of the least discussed but more important parts of our bill, ag provisions, and he has delineated weakness after weakness after weakness in this process, and the idea is he had to strengthen the bill. And I hope that the people who've heard it would draw a number of conclusions. First, there are great weaknesses in the bill, and secondly, Senator Chambliss fully understands those, and he's worked on this, I know, last time we had a bill here at great length and contributed at great detail to it. And I think the third thing we ought to understand is this is a complex regime that we're trying to set up. I'm not sure the government has ever competent to set up as complex a regime as the effort has been made in this legislation to create. So, Senator Chambliss, thank you for your positive contributions, your work. I know you've been a constructive advocate with members on the other side trying to improve the legislation, and thank you for sharing in depth the difficult and confusing parts of this law. Thank you. Mr. President, there are a lot of things that we need to understand before we move to final cloture vote on this legislation. It's late. I hope people will pay attention, and we need to understand accurately what's happening. I've been an advocate. I'm sure in the times that we're here, sometimes you have to respond at a moment's notice, and you make a statement that's not entirely accurate. But I do believe that the sponsors of the bill, who came to us and claimed they had the toughest bill in history and that it was going to solve our problems, I had an obligation to be more accurate than they've been. And sometimes they make mistakes, and some of the disagreements make a difference in whether the legislation is good legislation or whether it's bad legislation. It's just important. And I'd like to just point out a few things that have been talked about a lot today. One was recently one of our Gang of Eight, Senator Menendez, made reference to the Border Security and the officers who've written a letter complaining about this legislation and suggested somehow that maybe it was before the border enforcement had been improved and promised to be improved at least. But I think it evidences a misunderstanding of how our system works. This is the letter from the National Citizenship and Immigration Services. These are not the Border Patrol agents. These are not the ICE agents. These are the people that process the claims for citizenship. And they try every day to do the right thing and treat people fairly and equally and ensure that people wait in line and wait their time. They're not supportive of this legislation. They represent 12,000 USCIS employees, adjudication officers, and staff. And this is the statement they issued. Quote, the amended 1,200-page Corker-Hoven immigration bill, not some previously, but the last bill that we've moved forward today, if passed, will exacerbate USCIS concerns about threats to national security and public safety, close quote. These officers try every day to review these applications for visas and entry permits, and they try to identify terrorists and not let them come in. And they turn down people who don't qualify, and they said this bill will exacerbate threats to national security and public safety. They go on to say, quote, it will further expose USCIS agency as inept with an already proposed massive increase in case flow that the agency is ill-prepared to handle, close quote. In other words, they're not able to handle the flow they've got now, and this is going to promote a disastrous flow that will make them all look inept. They're afraid, correctly, people will come back and say, you let terrorists in the country, you let criminals in the country, and they had no way possible to properly process these matters. They go on to make a strong statement. These are people who serve our country, who were not allowed to participate in drafting the legislation. Quote, the proposal goes out of its way to provide legalization for criminal offenders while making it more difficult for the adjudications officers to identify threats to the nation's security in our ongoing war against terrorism. It was deliberately designed to undermine the integrity of our lawful immigration system, close quote. Now, I don't think our people deliberately wanted to have the system fail. But the people who've been writing this, if they had wanted to make it tougher and tighter, would have written it a lot differently than it is. And it leaves these officers exposed and unable to fulfill their requirements to identify and block people who should not be admitted to the United States. And that was a very strong statement. And it represents deep feelings by those officers. They go on to say, quote, "This bill should be opposed, and the reform should be offered based on consultation with USCIS adjudicators who actually have to implement it. Hopefully, lawmakers will read the bill before their votes. I say put a cork in it," close quote. Now, that's what they say to us. That was Monday. And here's another one from the ICE officers. These officers, headed by Chris Crane, their association union president. Chris Crane's a former Marine, so articulate, so concerned about this legislation. He just has raised it time and again. The ICE officers have filed a lawsuit against Secretary Napolitano because they say she's blocked their ability to do their duty and placed them in a position where the supervisory directions to not enforce the law deny them the right to fulfill their oath to enforce the law, and they filed a lawsuit in federal court attacking this. I've never heard of this. This whole association of thousands of officers filed a lawsuit against Secretary Napolitano and their supervisor. They voted no confidence 2 years ago in John Morton, their supervisor, who just retired a few days ago. Voted no confidence in him. And an independent survey of government morale factors found that ICE had virtually the lowest morale rating of 179 government agencies. I asked Secretary Napolitano 2 years ago, would you meet with these officers? She refused to say so. I asked her again earlier this year. She has not met with them. Nobody wants to listen to the people who are required to enforce the law. And who are the ICE officers? The ICE officers are the people who deal with interior enforcement and deportations. They identify people who are here illegally and they deport them and go through the mechanism. They have relationships with prisons where they go by the prison and pick up somebody who's illegally in the country, who's committed a crime, and they are the ones that get them deported. They arrest people. Supposedly they used to when they had jobs. They interface with local police. They have been undermined in every way by this administration and kept from doing their job. That's just a fact. That's why their morale is down. That's why they've sued the government. That's why they oppose this bill. And they were never listened to. It cannot be the policy of the United States of America that if you get past the border of the United States, that you're never going to be deported. It cannot be the policy that the only thing that counts is having Border Patrol, but if you can get through, you're home free. There's not that many. I think 12,000 of these officers. Not nearly enough to do the job already. They're getting no strength at all and support at all in this legislation. And I would note further that under the Congressional Budget Office analysis of this bill, which comports with what I've been saying for months, we're going to have a big increase in the amount of visa overstays. So they're not going to be caught at the border. They're going to come in on a visa and never return. So if you don't have an ICE officers engaged in the effort, we'll never be able to deport them. You say, well, we're going to give legal status to everybody that's here. All right, let's say we do give legal status to everybody that's here. What about the future? The people that are given legal status here will be given a Social Security card. They'll be given a legal document that allows them to be in the country. ICE is not going to deport them. But what about those who come in the future? We're going to have no mechanism that they be deported? That is one of the biggest flaws in this legislation. I was a federal prosecutor. I know law officers. I did it for 15 years. And I'm telling you, if you don't help and have them engaged and utilize their ability, and you treat them like second-class officers or citizens, you're not going to get the kind of legality that the legislation promises. Nowhere close. It's flawed. It should not pass. And these officers tell us that correctly. So the ICE officers write, and they say to us, June 24th, I urge you to vote no, as this bill fails to address the problems which have led to the nation's broken immigration system and, in fact, will only serve to worsen current immigration problems. Worsen current immigration problems. That's their word. They go on to say, instead of empowering ICE agents to enforce the law, this legislation empowers political appointees to further violate the law and unilaterally stop law enforcement. This at a time like no other in our nation's history, in which political appointees throughout the federal government have proven to Congress their propensity for the lawless abuse of authority. There is no doubt that if passed, public safety will be endangered and massive amounts of future illegal immigration, especially visa overstays, is ensured. They go on to say, abuses by political appointees who currently pick and choose which laws enacted by Congress will or will not be enforced will escalate with their increased discretion and authority provided by this bill. A vote against this bill, they say, is not a vote against immigration reform, which we all seek. It's a vote against bad legislation and the special interests that wrote it. It's a vote to start this process anew and create reforms that truly fix the nation's broken immigration system, close quote. How much clearer can it be? And they're correct about this. Chris Crane is an American patriot, and his team are courageous. And they've had to stand in there against an administration who's issued directives that basically require them not to follow plain law. And what does this bill do? He indicated it right there. He said it gives even more discretion to the Secretary so she can issue even more directives undermining the law. In fact, basically, what the bill does, it gives more legal authority to the Secretary to do what she's been doing now, which is fundamentally, in many ways, contrary to law. And the federal judge that's hearing this lawsuit that the ICE officers have filed explicitly stated at one of the hearings, the Secretary is not above the law. And that is certainly so. But she's been acting above it, directing them not to comply with the law. So we're not saying that we want the ICE officers to go out and round up everybody. Remember, if this bill passes, everybody will be given legal status. The ones that's supposed to be given legal status. And others will need to be identified, and if not legally here, they would need to be deported. And in the future, people who come in violation of the law will need to be deported also. So, Mr. President, the Gang of Eight also proposal adds 4 times more guest workers to our economy than the 2007 plan offered. 4 times more guest workers than was offered by the 2007 bill that failed here, that comprehensive plan. And this at a time when 21 million Americans can't find full-time employment. Imagine that. We have much higher unemployment rate today than we had in 2007 before the bubble burst and we had the recession. We had virtually full employment in those days. Now we have high unemployment. A deep problem with employment in America today, and I don't think it's going to rapidly get better. Last quarter of last year, growth of GDP was only 0.4%. The first quarter of this year has been revised down dramatically today to 1.8%. That means over 2 years we have about over half a year, our growth is only 1.1%. That will not create jobs. It's not creating jobs. Not enough to pull down unemployment in any way. And this bill is going to bring in huge amounts of new workers to take the few jobs being created. So the bill also dramatically boosts permanent legal immigration. So the permanent legal flow of immigration will increase substantially. Overall, it is conservatively estimated that the bill would legalize more than 30 million, mostly lower-skilled legal immigrants over the next decade, 3 times the current rate. That's something I said originally. I asked Senator Schumer, the Gang of 8 leader, at the committee, how many people will be legalized under your bill? Well, we won't say. Well, I said again, how many? You offered a bill. You want us to vote for it. Can't you tell us how many people would be admitted? And he refused to say. I said then, 30 million over 10 years. And the current legal flow would be 10 million over 10 years. CBO, they came out with their report last week, 30 million in the first 10 years. Who was right about that? I mean, this is a big increase. Now, yes, it includes some of the people, includes the people that are here illegally, but the annual flow is at least 50% higher than the current 1 million, according to the Los Angeles Times, and I think that number comports with what we're able to calculate. So you're talking about a 50% increase in the annual flow of immigrants into the country, with more coming in on the chain migration. And all of those will be able to work. All of those will be competing for jobs in the workplace at a time we're not producing many jobs. The Congressional Budget Office, what does it say? I said for weeks that this flow of labor had no other reasonable impact than to pull down wages of American workers. What did CBO say? CBO said the same thing. The Congressional Budget Office last week in their study put this chart. I didn't make this chart. This is one of the few charts CBO put in their report, and it deals with the question of wages. The quote, the average wage would be lower than under the current law over the first dozen years. And this shows in 2025 coming back to catch up. But still, if the bill hadn't passed, we would have had more increased wages here, and it would have had a different picture altogether. So it's going to be a serious impact on working Americans. Professor Borjas at Harvard talked about this. He's written papers about this. He's written books on this subject. He's, I'm sure, the most authoritative person. He's an immigrant himself. Himself, not his parents. He was an immigrant. And he says that it will put, also that wages are adversely impacted, particularly in lower-skilled workers. So it can, Professor Borjas basically said, there's benefit to low-income workers. Who gets it? The companies that hire the most low-income workers, because those companies will be able to hire more people at lower wages. Who will lose, he said, in this process? The many more people who are workers. That's who is going to lose. You can't bring in large increases in labor at a time of high unemployment and not expect labor rates to go down. I mean, is the free market crowd not aware of that? Are our Democratic colleagues who talk about protecting the worker not aware of that? How can you deny that? So Professor Borjas said it, the Atlanta Federal Reserve economists found a substantial reduction of the value of working people in the Atlanta region as a result of the current flow of immigration. They detect a clear reduction in wages as a result of the current flow of immigration, and this flow is much bigger. We're talking about not only a 50% increase in the legal flow of immigration every year, meaning 15 million over 10 as opposed to 10 million. And in addition to that, we're talking about the 11 million that would be given amnesty and legal status. And then there's an additional 4.5 million of people who've been waiting to come in who can't come in right now because there's a limit how many each year, a cap. Those are going to be accelerated. And then we have a guest worker program. Senator Chambliss talked about the agriculture ones. But there's all kinds of guest worker programs. The guest worker programs will double the number of workers that come. They come for one reason, that's to take a job. They will double. So this is a huge impact in our wages in America. And this country is not creating enough jobs to sustain that. And that hurts the 11 million who are going to be given legal status. That hurts the immigrants who come in here legally and have legal status already. That hurts poor people all over America particularly because so many of these workers are competing for the lower wage jobs. And the people, according to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights and Professor Borjas, the group that will suffer the most are African American males. This is really a matter not to be disputed. One in 3 high school dropouts don't have a job. 1 in 2 African American teenagers are unemployed. 21 million Americans who want a full-time job cannot find one. In the city of Detroit, 1 in 3 households are on food stamps. In Washington, D.C., 1 in 3 children live in poverty. Senator Menendez, I think, confuses total wage growth with average wage growth. Remember, more workers will increase the total wages. So if you bring in a whole bunch of million people, yes, more wages will be paid. But the average wage would be lower. What is it, if you're a worker, what do you want to hear? You want to hear somebody say, oh, the economy is going to have more wages, isn't that great? But I'm going to have less because 30 million people plus have here added to the workforce, and everybody gets less, and I'm supposed to be thankful about that, and I'm supposed to write my congressman and say, oh, great, thank you for passing a bill that increases total wages in America. Give me a break. How about this? Oh, they say that GDP is up. Senator Menendez said that. Said GDP will increase. And we're hearing that repeatedly. GDP will increase. Well, of course, just like total wages increase when you have 30 million, 40 million people added to the economy, GDP is going to increase some if you add large numbers of people to the economy. That's the total of goods and services produced in America. But what about average? What about the average person? Their share of the economy, will it go up or will it go down? Look at this chart. It comes right out of the CBO score, right out of their book. In 2013, this is 2013, this is 2029, this is, I guess, 2032, where the lines cross. How many years? Well, over 29 years or something, 26 plus years. The 744, this bill, S-744, would reduce per capita GDP by 0.7% in 2023, out here. And it stays below the line it would have been on had the bill not passed. This is below what would have happened if the bill had not passed. Passing the bill pulls down GDP per capita, making each worker in America less able to have a full share of the wealth of America. And that's what that means, and it's not right. And we have people just blithely come down here for days now and assert boldly, without any serious economic data to back it up, except, well, out in 2033, this is out to 2033, they've had years way out there that they try to claim as improvement. But we need to be worrying about our people now. We've got people unemployed now, looking for jobs right now. We should be helping them. So this is important. Look, and finally, I'll mention one more chart that we need to focus on. This is one of the most stunning charts that I have heard. I was shocked when my staff told me about it. It was part of the Congressional Budget Office analysis and projections for our economy for the next 10 years. They do that every year. They do updates every year. So in early part of this year, they did a projection of employment for the next 10 years. And they projected what kind of job creation we would have over the next 10 years, colleagues. Our CBO does it every year. It's not a new report, something they do normally. And this is what they concluded. For the next 5 years, 2015 through 2018, while we're coming out of the recovery of the recession, they projected we would create 171,000 jobs a month. And that's really not enough to reduce unemployment significantly. We ought to be 200, 300, 250, 300 to really begin to pull down unemployment. But that's what they predicted. But look at this. The second 5 years of their 10-year window, they project only 75,000 jobs a month. So our staff called. They said, tell me about this. Oh, we're glad you called, CBO said. And this was back in the spring. We're glad you called because we've given a lot of thought to this. We've studied projections and data and the case for projections for slower growth in this period of time for mature economies, and this is what we come up with as the best projections using private sector information and other data that they use, Department of Labor statistics. Well, from 2019 through 2023, we will be bringing in more than 75,000 jobs a month with this bill. How can that not increase unemployment in America? How can that not create a glut of workers that pulls down wages and creates more unemployment? I just don't see how we can possibly justify this large flow of workers without impacting adversely American workers' salary. And I'm not talking about, friends and colleagues, the 11 million that would be legalized. I'm not talking about that because that's part of the agenda that would have to be a part of any long-term settlement of immigration problem that we've got. What I'm saying is, in the future, the annual flow, the monthly flow, will be more than we'll be creating jobs here. That's a pretty stunning figure. Professor Peter, Mr. Peter Kirsanow, who serves on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, used to be on the Labor Relations Board, I believe, he writes that this bill would have, quote, profound and substantial cost to American workers, close quote. He was participating in that Civil Rights Commission's hearings. He said every witness there said that. Professor Borjas at Harvard, the leading expert in this area, has found that from 1960 through 2012, immigration has cost native-born workers an average of $402 billion in lost wages. While firms using workers like this gained income. He goes on that the impact of the increased immigration from 1980 to 2000 resulted in a 3% decrease in wages for average native workers and an 8% decrease for high school dropouts. This is 8%. That means a lot of money. He goes on to say, quote, immigration has its largest negative impact on the wage of native workers who lack a high school diploma, a group that makes up a mode and in recent decades shrinking share of the workforce. These workers are among the poorest of Americans. The children of these workers make up a disproportionate number of children in poverty. Based on census data, he concludes that when you have an increase in workers in a specific field of 10%, you can have the employment rate fall. A 10% increase in the supply of workers from immigration levels reduced the employment rate for African Americans by 5.9% already. So, I guess my point here, colleagues, is that I don't see how anyone can say that anything like over the next decade that we're not going to see lower wages, more unemployment, lower per capita GDP. And I frankly think Borjas' analysis probably is stronger on that subject than CBO's. We know this, the Federal Reserve Bank in Atlanta has done similar studies. These studies show things such as the average worker's pay being reduced by $1,500 a month or year, which is $120 a month. Our colleagues continue to insist that their promise that this bill would not provide welfare to those who are given legal status is correct. But the facts show it's not correct. I just have to rebut that. I questioned that at the beginning. We now know that that's not correct, their promise. Immediate access to once legalized individuals, they will first have immediate access to state and local benefits. Senator Rubio even proposed an amendment to the bill that would have eliminated that, but it was never voted on, so the bill that we'll be voting on does not change that at all. He knew that that was contrary to the promises he had made. The immediate access to those who are given this RPI provisional status to free earned income tax credits is in the bill. I offered an amendment in committee to fix that. In other words, earned income tax credit, if you make below a certain salary and you're working and you have a family, you get a big check. Sometimes it's $2,000, $3,000 from the federal government. It's not a tax deduction. It's not a credit against future taxes. It's a direct payment to that individual in the form of a subsidy and a welfare payment, and that's the way the CBO scores it, as a direct payment, just like any other payment of welfare to the individual, because that's what it is. Well, they'll get that immediately. And I offered an amendment in committee. I think I incorrectly said earlier that the gang of 8 members voted against it. I do believe Senator Rubio and Senator Flake voted for my amendment in committee, but it failed in committee. And that amendment to be offered tonight by Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin has been blocked and will not be voted on. And so if this bill passes, there will be welfare payments immediately to all 11 million who qualify, and large numbers of these individuals will qualify because they're low skill. Over half do not have a high school diploma, and they will be in that wage rate that qualifies for this welfare payment. And also, within 5 years, 2 to 3 million illegal immigrants who are given legal status will become green card holders and or citizens and become eligible for all federal benefits. So a big chunk of them, 2 to 3, will be put on a pathway to citizenship in 5 years, and certainly legal status in 5 years. As my time
consumed 30 minutes.
I would ask Mr. President for an additional 2 minutes, and I'll wrap up.
Without objection.
Thank you for your courtesy. So those will get the welfare within 5 years. And that's where we are. So I appreciate the work of a lot of people who have put into this legislation. People have worked hard on it. They have a vision that they want to accomplish. And we do need to fix our broken immigration system. But this legislation does not do it. It does not come close to doing it. It should not become law, and we should make sure it does not become law. I urge my colleagues tomorrow to vote no. That does not mean that we'll never do anything. That's, of course, silly. We need to come back with a more realistic piece of legislation, legislation that asks seriously how many workers this economy can accommodate. Do we have a system that deals with visa overstays? This bill weakens dramatically the entry-exit visa system that's supposed to, under current law, that has never been implemented, but should have been implemented years ago. It undermines the requirements in current law that would make that system work. Therefore, it will not work. It's weaker than the current law. We should be following current law. And in addition, we need to strengthen, as Senator Portman advocated, the E-Verify system at the workplace. That's not done. And as Senator Chambliss pointed out, there are so many complexities in these guest worker programs, so many loopholes and difficulties that we don't even know about them. We need to simplify that system. A guest worker system that brings a person here to work for 3 years with their family, where they can re-up for another 3 years and maybe another 3 years. They're then going to be asked to leave this country if they no longer have a job. We hit a recession. That's not going to happen. That's an impractical system. A good guest worker system should allow workers to come to America, to come only those who intend to work for the season they intend to work, and then they should return home. And they should maintain their residence in the foreign country. And then they work here as guest workers. That's what a guest worker program should be. This bill allows people to come with their families, to put down roots and become established, and then it's impractical and unkind and unrealistic that we would 10 years from now say, go home. That's not, and we're going to have huge visa overstays as CBO predicts, because that's the way it's going to work. So I thank the Chair for giving me an opportunity tonight to share a few of my concerns as we move to a big vote tomorrow on cloture. I will yield the floor.
Previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Thursday, June the 27th, 2013, and does so as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Senator William Dodd Hathaway of Maine.
In a few moments, Twitter's CEO Dick Costolo on Twitter, journalism, and NSA surveillance. In an hour, a House Oversight Committee hearing looking into IRS contracting